Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Julia. Today, we have a very interesting topic for you. The topic is humans and nature. Who needs whom? This is a big question, and I think it does not have an easy answer. Nature gives us food, water, and air every single day. But do we help nature too, or do we only take from it? I have a good friend here with me today. His name is John, and he loves nature very much. John, can you say hello to our listeners? I am very happy to talk about this topic with you today, and I hope it will be fun and easy for everyone to understand.
Hi, everyone. I'm John. Thank you, Julia, for that nice introduction. Yes, I really do love nature a lot. I like walking in forests, and I enjoy looking at rivers and mountains, too. Nature makes me feel happy and calm inside. I also think about this question a lot. Who needs whom more, humans or nature? At first, it looks like an easy question. We need nature for food, water, and clean air. But nature does not really need us at all. Nature was here before humans, and it can live without us. But we truly cannot live without nature. So today, let's explore this topic together, step by step, and share our own thoughts with everyone listening.
That's a great point, John. Let's start with the basics first. Why do humans need nature so much? First, we need air to breathe every day. Trees and plants make oxygen for us to use. Without oxygen, humans simply cannot live at all. Second, we need water. Rivers, lakes, and rain give us clean water every single day. Third, we need food. Fruits, vegetables, and grains all come from the earth. Even meat comes from animals, and animals eat plants too. So really, everything on our table comes from nature in some way. I think many people forget this simple fact. We open the fridge and we don't think about where our food really comes from.
You're right, Julia. Nature gives us so much, and we often forget to say thank you for it. I also want to add something important here. Nature gives us materials, too. Wood from trees helps build houses and furniture. Cotton from plants makes our clothes every day. Even medicine comes from plants. Many important medicines started as simple plants found in the forest. So nature is like a big supermarket, but a completely free one. We just take things, but we don't always take care of it. I think this is a real problem. If we only take and never give back, nature can become weak, and then it cannot help us anymore in the future.
Exactly, John. Now let's talk about the other side of this question. Do humans actually help nature? Some people say no, that humans only destroy nature. Look at pollution, cutting trees, and dirty rivers around the world. Factories make smoke, cars make gas, and this hurts our air. Plastic goes into the ocean and hurts fish and other sea animals. Forests become smaller every single year because people cut trees for wood or farms. This makes me feel sad sometimes. Animals lose their homes, and some animals even disappear forever from our planet. I think humans have a lot of power, but sometimes we use this power in the wrong way, and nature pays the price.
Yes, that's very true, and it's a serious problem for everyone. But I don't think all humans are bad for nature. Some people work hard to protect it every day. Scientists study animals and plants to help them survive. Farmers plant new trees to replace old ones. Governments make national parks to protect wild and beautiful places. Regular people like us can help too. We can recycle plastic and paper at home. We can save water and electricity every day. We can walk or ride a bike instead of driving a car. Small actions can make a big difference when many people do them together. I believe humans can be good friends to nature if we really try hard.
I love that idea, John, being a friend to nature. Let's talk about animals now, since they are a big part of nature too. Bees are very important, for example, in our world. Bees fly from flower to flower, and this helps plants grow strong. Without bees, we would not have many fruits and vegetables at all. Also, animals like cows and chickens give us food like milk, eggs, and meat every day. Wild animals are important too, in their own special way. They keep nature balanced and healthy for everyone. If one animal disappears, it can change the whole system completely. Nature is like a big puzzle, and every single piece truly matters.
That's a wonderful way to explain it, Julia, calling it a big puzzle. I want to talk about forests now, because they're so important. Forests are like the lungs of our planet in a way. Trees take in bad gas, called carbon dioxide, and they give us fresh oxygen instead. Forests are also home to millions of animals and plants around the world. Some forests, like the Amazon, are huge and full of amazing life. Sadly, people cut down many trees every year for wood, paper, or new farmland. This is called deforestation, and it's a big problem. When forests disappear, animals lose their homes and the air becomes less clean for everyone.
Forests really are amazing, John. Let's talk about water now, too, since it's so important for life. Water covers most of our planet, but not all water is clean or safe to drink. Rivers and lakes give us drinking water, and oceans give us fish and seafood to eat. But pollution is a big problem for water too, sadly. Factories sometimes put dirty water into rivers without thinking. Plastic bags and bottles go into the ocean and hurt sea animals like turtles and fish. I saw a video once about a turtle with plastic stuck in its nose. It was very sad to watch, and it made me think a lot about how we use plastic.
That sounds really sad, Julia. I understand why it affected you. Plastic is a big problem almost everywhere today. I try to use less plastic in my daily life now. For example, I use a reusable water bottle instead of buying new plastic bottles. I also bring my own bag when I go shopping for food. These are small changes, but they really do help over time. I also think education is very important for the future. When children learn about nature at school, they grow up caring about it more naturally. Maybe someday we will have better ways to clean the ocean and stop pollution completely. And I feel hopeful about this.
I feel hopeful too, John. Let's talk about climate change now, because many people discuss it today. Climate change means our planet's temperature is slowly getting warmer over time. This happens because of gases from cars, factories, and other things made by humans. Warmer temperatures can cause big problems like melting ice, stronger storms, and strange weather patterns. Farmers can have trouble growing food when the weather changes too much each year. Animals can lose their homes too, especially polar bears living in cold places. I think climate change shows us very clearly that humans and nature are deeply connected. What happens to nature also happens to us eventually.
That's very true, Julia. We are all connected, like one big family, really. I think many countries are trying to fix this problem now. They're using clean energy, like solar power from the sun and wind power from the wind. These types of energy don't make bad gases like oil or coal usually do. Also, more people are buying electric cars now, which don't need gasoline at all. I think this is a very positive change for everyone. Still, we need more people and more countries to work together on this. One country alone cannot fix climate change by itself. It's a problem for everyone on Earth, so everyone needs to help solve it.
Working together is so important, John. You're right. Let's talk about something more personal now, if that's okay. Do you have any nature near your home? I have a small park close to my apartment building. I like to walk there almost every morning. I see birds, trees, and sometimes even squirrels playing. It makes me feel relaxed and happy inside. Being close to nature is good for our mental health too, not just our body's health. Studies show that walking in nature can really reduce stress levels. I think city life can be busy and noisy, so parks give us a quiet place to rest our minds. What about you, John?
Yes, I do, Julia. I actually live near a small forest. I go there every weekend to walk my dog outside. The fresh air feels amazing, especially after a long week of work. I also have a small garden at my home. I grow tomatoes, peppers, and some pretty flowers there. Gardening is a wonderful hobby because you can see how plants grow every single day. It also teaches you patience because plants need time to grow slowly. My dog loves the garden too. He likes to dig in the dirt sometimes, which is not great for my poor tomatoes. But overall, it makes our home feel more connected to nature.
That sounds lovely, John. A garden and a dog together? I want to try gardening too, someday soon. Maybe I will start with something easy, like herbs in my kitchen window. Basil and mint are supposed to be easy to grow, I heard. Let's talk about cities now, because most people today live in big cities, not in the countryside. Cities are often full of buildings, cars, and concrete, with less green space around. This can be a real problem for nature and for people, too. But some cities are trying new ideas, like green roofs, city gardens, and more trees on the streets, which I think is very smart.
Green roofs sound really cool, Julia, honestly. I've seen pictures of buildings with plants growing right on top. It looks beautiful, and it also helps keep the building cool during summer. Some cities also build special paths just for bikes, so fewer people need to use cars. This helps reduce pollution in the air a lot. I read about a city that planted thousands of trees along its main streets. Now the air is cleaner and people feel happier just walking around outside. I think city planners today understand more about nature's importance than they did before. It's exciting to see cities changing to become friendlier to both humans and nature.
It really is exciting, John. Let's talk about food again, but in a slightly different way this time. Have you heard of organic farming before? Organic farms grow food without using strong chemicals at all. This is better for the soil, the water, and the animals living nearby, too. Some people say organic food is healthier for humans as well. Also, eating local food, food grown near your home, can help nature a lot. It uses less fuel for transportation because the food doesn't travel very far. I try to buy local vegetables at the farmer's market sometimes. It feels nice to support local farmers and eat fresh food.
That's a great habit, Julia. I should try the farmer's market more often too, honestly. I usually just go to the big supermarket, which is convenient, but maybe not always the best choice for nature. Let's also talk about water usage at home for a minute. Many people don't realize how much water they use every single day. Taking shorter showers, fixing leaking pipes, and turning off the tap while brushing your teeth can save a lot of water. These are simple habits, but if millions of people do them together, it makes a real difference. I think small daily choices really do add up to something meaningful for our whole planet.
Small choices really do matter, John. I completely agree. I want to ask you something interesting now, if you don't mind. Do you think animals need humans, or can they live completely without us at all? I think some animals, like pets, really need humans to take care of them properly. Dogs and cats depend on us for food and love every day. But wild animals, like lions or eagles, don't need humans at all, really. Actually, they usually do better without us because we sometimes destroy their homes or hunt them for sport. I think this shows an important difference between wild nature and our human world.
That's a really good point, Julia, about that important difference. I think humans have become very powerful compared to other animals today. We build big cities, we travel by airplane, and we even go to outer space now. But with this power comes a big responsibility too, I believe. If we are the strongest species on Earth, we should also try to be the most caring one. Instead of only using nature for ourselves, we should protect it for future generations too, like our children and grandchildren someday. I want my future kids to see forests, oceans, and animals just like we see them today, not only in old pictures.
That's such a beautiful thought, John, thinking about future generations like that. Let's talk about oceans a little more now, since they cover so much of our planet's surface. Oceans give us food, like fish and seafood, and they also help control our weather and climate patterns. Oceans even produce a huge part of the oxygen we breathe, more than forests do, actually, which is quite surprising. But oceans face big problems today, like plastic pollution, overfishing, and rising water temperatures. Coral reefs, which are home to many sea creatures, are dying in some areas because the water is getting too warm for them to survive.
I completely agree, Julia. I didn't know oceans made more oxygen than forests. That's really surprising to hear. It shows how important they truly are for all of us on this planet.
I think one simple way to help oceans is to reduce our plastic use, like we talked about earlier. Also, choosing seafood carefully from sustainable sources can help too, honestly. Some organizations work very hard to clean beaches and remove plastic from the water. I saw a story about volunteers cleaning a beach and finding tons of trash in just one single day. It's sad, but it also shows that people truly care and want to help.
It's good to know people really do care, John. Let's shift a little now and talk about animals in danger, called endangered animals. These are animals that might disappear forever if we don't protect them soon. Pandas, tigers, and elephants are famous examples of this problem. Many zoos and organizations work hard to protect these animals and help their populations grow again slowly. Some countries have strict laws against hunting endangered animals too, which helps a lot. I think it's important to teach children about these animals as well, so they grow up wanting to protect them naturally from a very young age into their future lives.
That's very true, Julia. Understanding really does lead to caring, and caring leads to real action. I remember visiting a zoo as a child and seeing a tiger for the very first time. It was amazing, and it made me want to learn more about wild animals immediately. I think documentaries and nature shows also help a lot with this too. When people see beautiful nature on their television screen, they often want to protect it in real life as well. Technology, like social media, can spread awareness very quickly nowadays. A short video about an animal story can reach millions of people in just one single day.
Social media really does spread things fast today, John. You're right. Let's talk about something positive now. Some good news about nature for a change. Did you know some animals that were almost extinct are now doing much better? For example, the bald eagle population grew a lot after people protected it with strict new laws. Some whale species are also increasing in number now after countries stopped hunting them so much. This shows that when humans really try hard, we can fix problems we created ourselves. I think this is very hopeful and important to remember always. It's not too late to help nature, and every small action truly counts.
That's wonderful news, Julia. And it gives me a lot of hope, too. I think it's important not to feel too sad or hopeless about nature's problems all the time. Instead, we should focus on solutions and positive actions we can take. For example, planting one tree might seem small at first, but if 1 million people plant one tree each, that's 1 million brand new trees. I think schools should teach children more about this kind of positive action too. When you feel like you can actually help, you feel more motivated to do something real. I always tell my friends that every single action matters, even small ones.
I love your positive attitude, John. It's really nice to hear. Let's talk about something practical now. What can our listeners do today, right now, to help nature? First, they can start recycling paper, plastic, and glass at home right away. Second, they can use less water and electricity every single day. Third, they can try to walk or use public transportation instead of driving alone all the time. Fourth, they can plant a tree or even just a small flower in a pot on their balcony. Fifth, they can learn more about nature and share this new knowledge with friends and family members too.
Those are great tips, Julia. I would also add one more thing. Try to reduce food waste at home. Many people throw away food that is still perfectly good to eat. This wastes not only food, but also the water and energy used to grow it in the first place. Try to buy only what you truly need and use leftovers creatively in new meals during the week. Also, support companies that care about nature and use eco-friendly products whenever possible. Every time we buy something, we are actually voting with our money for the kind of world we really want to live in together.
Voting with our money. I really like that idea, John. Let's talk about children in nature now for a moment. I think it's very important for kids to spend time outside in parks, forests, or even just their own backyard. Today, many children spend a lot of time inside looking at phones or tablets instead of playing outside. This is quite different from how children played many years ago, don't you think? I believe playing outside teaches kids to love and respect nature naturally from a young age.
Schools can also help by taking students on field trips to farms, forests, or nature centers nearby.
I completely agree, Julia. I remember camping trips with my family when I was very young. Those memories are still very special to me even today, honestly. I learned to make a fire, identify different trees, and even cook simple food outside in nature. These skills also taught me to respect nature, not fear it or simply ignore it completely. I hope more families today can find time for these kinds of activities, even if it's just a simple walk in a local park on the weekend. Technology is great and useful, but I think balance is really important too, so we don't lose our connection to nature.
Balance is such a good word for this, John. I really like it. Let's talk about farming and agriculture a bit more now, since it connects humans and nature so closely every single day of our lives. Farmers work directly with the land, growing food for millions of people around the world. But farming can also hurt nature if it's not done carefully, for example, by using too many strong chemicals or too much water. Some farmers now use new methods called sustainable farming, which protect the soil and use less water overall. I think supporting these farmers by buying their products helps encourage more people to farm this way.
Sustainable farming sounds like a really smart solution, Julia, honestly speaking. I also think technology can help farmers a lot today in many ways. For example, some farmers use special sensors to check exactly how much water their plants really need, so they don't waste any extra water at all. Drones can also help farmers check large fields very quickly from up above. I think combining old farming knowledge with new modern technology can create a better future for both farmers and the environment together. It's not about choosing between nature and progress, it's about finding smart ways to have both working together side by side.
That's a wonderful way to think about it, John. Nature and progress together. Before we go on much further, I want to remind everyone how important small daily habits really are for our planet's future. Simple things like turning off lights, using less paper, and choosing reusable items over disposable ones can genuinely help nature heal and recover over time. I also think talking about these topics, just like we are doing on this podcast today, helps spread awareness to more people. When friends and family hear these ideas, they often start thinking differently too. And that's exactly how real, lasting change actually begins in our world.
That's a great point, Julia, about how change really begins with conversations like this one. I also want to remind our listeners that it's never too late to start caring more about nature, no matter your age or where you happen to live in the world. You don't need to be a scientist or an expert to help out. You just need to care and take small actions regularly, every single week. I think today's conversation shows that humans and nature are truly connected in so many important ways, from the air we breathe to the food we eat every single day of our lives.
Well, John, I think we've covered so many interesting parts of this topic today, from forests and oceans to farming and busy cities. As we get closer to the end of our episode, I want to ask you one big question. In your honest opinion, who really needs whom more, humans or nature? I think nature would survive just fine without humans, honestly, maybe even better in some ways than it does now. But humans absolutely cannot survive without nature at all, not even for one single day. So I believe the honest answer is humans need nature much more than nature needs us, and we should never forget this.
I agree with you completely, Julia. It's a humbling thought, isn't it, when you really think about it? We often believe we are in control of everything around us, but really, we depend on nature for our very survival every single day. I think understanding this should make us more respectful and careful with how we treat the natural world around us. Instead of asking only, what can nature give me, maybe we should also ask, what can I give back to nature instead? I think that small change in thinking could really change how humans act in the future, moving from just taking to actually caring.
Thank you so much, John, for this wonderful and thoughtful conversation today. I really enjoyed talking with you about humans and nature, and I learned a lot too. I hope our listeners feel inspired now to go outside, appreciate nature more, and maybe even make one small positive change this week. Remember, every single person can make a difference, and small actions together can create a really big impact over time, more than you might think. Thank you also to everyone listening to our podcast today. We truly appreciate your time and support. Please join us again next time for another interesting and friendly conversation together soon.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you to all our wonderful listeners out there. This was such a fun and meaningful topic to discuss together today, and I really enjoyed it. I hope you learned something new and maybe practiced some English while listening too along the way. Remember, nature needs our care and respect, and we truly need nature to survive and live happy, healthy lives every day. Let's all try to be better friends to our planet, starting today with small and simple steps we can take. Thank you again so much for joining us, and we can't wait to talk with you again soon. Goodbye for now, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our podcast. Today we have a very special topic. My name is Julia, and I am here with my friend John. How are you today, John? I hope you are feeling good and ready for a nice conversation. Today's topic is very important for all of us. It is about water. Yes, water. We drink it every day, but we do not always think about it. I think this topic will help us understand why water is so important in our life. Let's start our conversation now and learn many new and interesting things together, okay?
Hi, Julia. I am doing great today. Thank you for asking. I am very happy to talk about water. This is a topic I really like because water is part of our life every single day. We drink it, we cook with it, we wash with it, and plants need it too. Without water, nothing can live on our planet. I think many people forget how important water really is. Today, I want to share some simple facts and ideas with our listeners. I hope everyone learns something new and starts to think more about water. Let's begin, Julia.
Great. Let's start with a simple question. John, why do you think water is so important for our body? I know our body needs water every day, but can you explain it in an easy way? I think many beginners listening to us want a simple answer. Water helps our body work well. It helps our blood move, it helps our brain think, and it helps us stay cool when it is hot outside. Without enough water, we can feel tired, weak, or even sick. So drinking water is not just a habit, it is something our body really needs to stay healthy and strong every day.
That's a very good question, Julia. Our body is made mostly of water. In fact, more than half of our body is water. That is why we need to drink water every day. If we do not drink enough water, we can get headaches, feel tired, or have trouble thinking clearly. Doctors say we should drink about 8 glasses of water every day. Of course, this can change depending on the weather, our activity, and our body size. I always try to carry a water bottle with me. It's a simple habit, but it makes a big difference for my health.
I also try to drink water often, but sometimes I forget. I think many people forget to drink water because they are busy with work or study. Do you have any tips for remembering to drink more water, John? I think our listeners would love some simple tips. For example, I put a water bottle on my desk every morning. When I see it, I remember to drink. I also drink a glass of water when I wake up and before every meal. These small habits help me a lot. What about you? Do you have any special tricks to drink more water every day?
Yes, I have a few tricks. First, I use an app on my phone. It sends me a small message every hour to remind me to drink water. Second, I always keep a water bottle in my bag. This way, water is always near me. Third, I try to drink water instead of sugary drinks like soda. Water is much better for our health. Also, if you don't like plain water, you can add a little lemon or mint. This makes the water taste fresh and nice. These small changes can really help people drink more water every single day without much effort.
Those are really helpful tips, John. Now, let's talk about water in nature. We know rivers, lakes, and oceans are full of water, but why is this water so important for our planet? I think many people know water is important, but they don't think about where it comes from. Rivers bring fresh water to towns and cities. Lakes give water to animals and plants. Oceans control our weather and give us food like fish. Without these natural water sources, life on Earth would be very different. I think we should protect these places because they give us so much.
You were right, Julia. Nature gives us water for free, but we must take care of it. Many rivers and lakes today are polluted because of factories, plastic, and chemicals. This is very sad because clean water is needed for people, animals, and plants. When water becomes dirty, fish and other animals can get sick or die. Also, people who drink dirty water can become very sick too. This is why many countries are working to clean their rivers and oceans. I think everyone can help too, even in small ways, like not throwing trash into rivers or the sea.
That's true, John. Even small actions can help protect water. For example, we can stop using too much plastic, because plastic often ends up in the ocean. We can also save water at home by turning off the tap when we brush our teeth. Many people leave the water running without thinking about it. This wastes a lot of water every day. I think if everyone makes small changes, together we can save a lot of water for the future. Do you have other simple ideas that people can use at home to save water and help the environment?
Yes, there are many simple ways to save water at home. First, we can fix leaking taps because a small leak can waste a lot of water over time. Second, we can take shorter showers instead of long baths. Third, we can use a bucket to collect rainwater for plants instead of using tap water. Also, when washing dishes or clothes, it's better to use a full load instead of small loads many times. These habits may seem small, but they really help save water. I think schools should also teach children about these easy habits from a young age.
I completely agree, John. Teaching children about water is very important. When children learn to save water early, they grow up with good habits. I remember when I was a child, my mother always told me to turn off the tap. At that time, I didn't understand why, but now I understand it very well. Water is a limited resource, and if we don't use it wisely, future generations may not have enough clean water. I think parents and teachers both play a big role in teaching children the value of water and how to protect it every day.
That's a wonderful point, Julia. Education really makes a difference. I also think governments should help by building better water systems in cities and villages. In some places, people still do not have clean water to drink. This is very hard for their daily life. They must walk long distances just to get water. I think everyone deserves clean and safe water, no matter where they live. Organizations around the world are working hard to bring clean water to these areas. I believe this is one of the most important goals for making life better for many people today.
Yes, clean water for everyone is very important. I read that some children walk many hours every day just to bring water to their family. This makes it hard for them to go to school. If they had clean water near their home, they could spend more time learning and playing instead. I think this shows us how lucky we are to have water so easily at home. We should never waste it because many people in the world do not have this simple thing that we sometimes take for granted every single day of our lives.
That is a very important point, Julia. We should always be thankful for clean water. I think traveling and learning about other countries helps us understand this better. When I traveled to a small village once, I saw how people used water very carefully. They collected rainwater and used every drop wisely. It really changed how I think about water at home. Since then, I try to be more careful too. I turn off the tap quickly, and I try not to waste food because growing food also uses a lot of water. Every choice we make matters.
That's very true, John. I didn't know that growing food uses so much water. Can you explain a little more about this? I think our listeners would find this very interesting. For example, how much water does it take to grow simple foods like rice or vegetables? I think many people don't realize that food and water are connected in this way. When we understand this, maybe we will think more carefully about how much food we buy and eat. Wasting food also means wasting water, and that is something we should try to avoid as much as possible.
Great question, Julia. Growing food really does need a lot of water. For example, rice needs a lot of water to grow well, especially in the early stages. Vegetables and fruits also need water every day to grow healthy and strong. Even meat production uses a lot of water because animals need water and food to grow too. This is why some people say eating less meat can help save water. I'm not saying we must stop eating meat, but understanding this can help us make better choices. Every food choice we make has an effect on water use.
That's very interesting, John. I never thought about food and water this way before. I think today's conversation is really opening my eyes to how connected everything is. Water touches almost every part of our life, from drinking to cooking to growing food to nature and animals. It really shows how important it is to protect and respect water. I hope our listeners are learning as much as I am today. Let's continue talking about more ways water is important, because I think there is still so much more we can share with everyone listening to us today.
I agree, Julia. Water really connects everything around us. Let's talk about water and health a little more. Doctors say drinking enough water helps our skin look healthy too. When we don't drink enough water, our skin can become dry. Water also helps our body remove waste and toxins. It helps our kidneys work properly. Many people don't realize that headaches or feeling tired can sometimes be caused by not drinking enough water. So, the next time you feel tired during the day, try drinking a glass of water first. It might help more than you expect, and it's very simple.
That's a great tip, John. I will remember that next time I feel tired. I also read that drinking water can help us focus better when studying or working. Our brain needs water to work well. If we don't drink enough, it can be harder to think clearly or remember things. This is very important for students. I think schools should remind students to drink water during class, especially during exams. Simple things like this can really help students do better. It's amazing how something as simple as water can affect so many parts of our daily life and health.
Yes, water and the brain are closely connected. I remember reading that even a small amount of dehydration can affect our mood too. When we don't drink enough water, we can feel more tired, stressed, or even a little angry without knowing why. Drinking water regularly can help us feel calmer and more focused. I think this is something many people don't know. It shows that taking care of our water habits is not just about physical health, but also about our mental health and feelings. Small daily habits really do make a big difference in how we feel every day.
That's such an important point, John. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and it's amazing that water can help with both. I think we should also talk about sports and water. Athletes drink a lot of water, especially during exercise. When we sweat, our body loses water, so we need to drink more to stay healthy. I always bring a water bottle when I exercise or go for a walk. It's very important, especially on hot days. I think this is a simple habit that everyone, not just athletes, should follow when they are being active outside.
Absolutely, Julia. Staying hydrated during exercise is very important. When our body loses too much water through sweat, we can feel dizzy or weak. This can even be dangerous in very hot weather. That's why sports players always have water bottles nearby during games. I think this shows how water is important in every part of life, not just at home, but also during sports, work, and travel. I always tell my friends to drink water before, during, and after exercise. It helps our muscles work better and helps us recover faster after physical activity. Water really supports our whole body.
I love how we are covering so many areas today, John. From health to nature to sports, water really is everywhere in our life. Let's talk about water in cooking now. I think cooking is something everyone can relate to. We use water to boil pasta, cook rice, make soup, and clean vegetables. Even coffee and tea need water. I never really thought about how much water we use in the kitchen every day until we started this conversation. It makes me want to be more careful, like using less water when washing dishes, or reusing water for plants sometimes.
That's a great idea, Julia. Reusing water is a smart habit. For example, water used to wash vegetables can be used again to water plants. This way we don't waste water unnecessarily.
In the kitchen, we can also save water by not letting the tap run while washing dishes. Instead, we can fill a bowl with water and use that. These small changes can add up to save a lot of water over time. I think many people don't realize how much water they use daily until they start paying attention. Awareness is really the first step to change.
Yes, awareness is very important. I think this podcast can help people become more aware of their water use. Sometimes we don't think about it because water comes so easily from the tap. But every drop matters, especially for people who don't have easy access to clean water. I hope our listeners start thinking more about their daily water habits after listening to us today. Even small changes, like turning off the tap or fixing a leak, can make a real difference over time. Let's continue talking about more ways we can protect and appreciate water in our lives.
Definitely, Julia. Let's also talk about water and travel. When people travel to hot countries, they need to drink more water because of the heat. I remember traveling to a very hot place once, and I had to drink water constantly to stay healthy. It's important to always carry water when traveling, especially outdoors. Also, in some countries, tap water is not safe to drink, so travelers need to buy bottled water or use water filters. This shows how access to clean water is different around the world, and travelers should always be prepared and careful about their water source.
That's a good point, John. I always research water safety before traveling to a new country. It's important to know if the tap water is safe or not. I also carry a reusable water bottle with a filter sometimes, so I can drink safely without buying too much plastic bottled water. This helps reduce plastic waste, too. I think being a responsible traveler means thinking about these small details. It's not just about enjoying the trip, but also about being mindful of resources like water, especially in places where clean water may not be easily available to everyone.
That's very responsible of you, Julia. Being mindful while traveling really matters. I also think about the local community when I travel. Sometimes hotels use a lot of water for pools and gardens, while nearby communities may struggle to get clean water. This is something travelers should think about. Choosing eco-friendly places to stay can help support better water use in the area. I believe more people are starting to care about this kind of responsible travel now, which is a really positive change. It shows that people are beginning to understand how important water really is worldwide.
I agree, John. It's nice to see more people caring about the environment and water conservation these days. Let's talk about something a little different now: water and animals. Animals also need clean water to survive, just like humans. Wild animals often travel long distances to find water, especially during dry seasons. When rivers or lakes dry up, it becomes very difficult for animals to find food and water. This can be very dangerous for wildlife. I think protecting natural water sources is not just important for humans, but also for all the animals that depend on them to live.
That's true, Julia. Animals really depend on water just as much as we do. I remember watching a documentary about elephants walking very far to find water during a dry season. It was sad to see how hard it was for them. This shows how climate change and water shortages affect animals too, not just people. I think protecting forests, rivers, and lakes helps keep the balance of nature. When we take care of water sources, we are also helping to protect wildlife and their homes. Everything in nature is connected, and water is at the center of it all.
That's beautifully said, John. Everything really is connected through water. I think this conversation shows just how important it is for all of us to care about water, not just for ourselves, but for animals, plants, and future generations too. Let's talk a little about water shortages now. I've heard that some places in the world are experiencing serious water shortages. Can you explain a bit more about why this happens? I think it's important for our listeners to understand the real challenges some communities face when it comes to finding and using clean water every single day.
Sure, Julia. Water shortages can happen for many reasons. Sometimes it's because of low rainfall, especially in areas with dry climates. Climate change is also making some areas drier than before. Population growth is another reason, because more people need more water for daily life, farming, and industry. In some places, water systems are old or not managed well, causing water to be wasted. When there isn't enough water, it becomes harder for people to farm, cook, clean, and stay healthy. This is why many organizations are working to find better ways to manage and share water resources fairly.
That sounds really challenging, John. I think it's amazing that there are organizations working to help solve these problems. What kind of solutions are they using to help places with water shortages? I think it would be helpful for our listeners to know some positive examples too, not just the problems. Sometimes hearing about solutions gives people hope and ideas on how they can help too, even in small ways. I believe learning about these solutions can inspire more people to support projects that bring clean water to communities that really need it around the world.
That's a great point, Julia. There are many solutions being used today. Some organizations build wells so communities can access clean underground water. Others create water filters that are simple and affordable, which remove dirt and bacteria from water. Some places use solar-powered water pumps, which use sunlight to bring water from underground to the surface. Rainwater harvesting is another solution, where people collect and store rainwater for later use. These solutions help communities become more independent and reduce their need to travel far for clean water. I think supporting these projects can make a big difference for many people.
Those solutions sound really helpful, John. I think it's wonderful that technology and simple ideas can work together to solve big problems like water shortages. I hope more people learn about these solutions and support them, even in small ways, like donating or spreading awareness. I think our podcast today is helping to spread awareness too, which makes me happy. Let's move on and talk about something everyone can do at home to help with water conservation. What are some easy habits people can start today, right after listening to our podcast, to use water more wisely?
Great idea, Julia. Let's give our listeners some simple, easy steps. First, turn off the tap while brushing your teeth or washing your hands. Second, take shorter showers instead of long baths. Third, fix any leaking taps at home as soon as possible. Fourth, only run the washing machine or dishwasher when it's full. Fifth, water your plants early in the morning or late in the evening so less water evaporates in the sun. These are small, simple changes, but if many people do them together, it can really help save a lot of water for our planet.
Those are wonderful tips, John. I think everyone listening today can try at least one of these habits this week. I also want to add one more tip. Try to buy less bottled water and use a reusable bottle instead. This helps reduce plastic waste, which often ends up polluting rivers and oceans. I think small daily choices really do add up over time. I hope our listeners feel inspired today to think more carefully about their water use and to share these tips with their family and friends too, so more people can learn together.
I completely agree, Julia. Sharing knowledge with others is one of the best ways to create change. I think today's conversation really shows how important water is in every part of our life. Our health, our food, our nature, our animals, and our daily habits. Water truly is life, just like our topic says today. I hope everyone listening feels more thankful for the water they have and more motivated to protect it for the future. I really enjoyed talking about this topic with you today, Julia. It's such an important subject for everyone around the world to understand.
I really enjoyed this conversation too, John. I think we covered so many interesting points today, from health and nature to food, animals, and simple daily habits. I hope our listeners learned a lot and feel inspired to make small changes in their own lives. Water really is one of the most precious things we have, and we should never take it for granted. Before we finish, do you have any final thoughts you would like to share with our listeners today about the importance of water and why we should all care about protecting it every day?
Yes, Julia. My final thought is simple. Water is a gift, and we should treat it that way. Every glass of water we drink, every shower we take, and every plant we water is a reminder of how important this resource is. I hope everyone listening today starts with just one small habit this week, like turning off the tap or drinking more water. Small actions really do matter. Thank you to everyone who joined us today. We hope you learned something new and feel more connected to the importance of water in our everyday lives.
Thank you, John, for those wonderful final words. And thank you to all our listeners for joining us today on this important topic. Water is life. We hope you enjoyed our conversation and learned some new and simple ways to appreciate and protect water. Remember, every small action counts, and together we can make a big difference for our planet and future generations. Please share this episode with your friends and family, and don't forget to join us next time for another interesting topic. Until then, take care of yourselves, drink plenty of water, and goodbye from both of us.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here today. Today's topic is one of my favorite topics, summer. I love summer so much. The warm weather, the long days, the holidays, everything about summer makes me happy. Summer is a great topic to talk about in English because there are so many simple and fun words to learn. Whether you love hot weather or prefer something cooler, I think you will enjoy today's conversation. My friend Mark is here with me again. Mark, are you excited about today's topic? I cannot wait to hear what you think about summer.
Hello, everyone. I am so glad to be here. My name is Mark, and yes, I am very excited about today's topic. Summer is such a wonderful season. It is the time for holidays, sunshine, ice cream, and spending time with friends and family. In this podcast, Anna and I will talk about everything related to summer: the weather, activities, food, travel, and more. We will use simple English so it is easy for everyone to follow along. Even if you are just starting to learn English, don't worry, we will speak slowly and clearly. I hope this conversation helps you learn new words and feel more confident in English. Let's begin.
Mark, let me start with a simple question. What is your favorite thing about summer? For me, it is definitely the sunshine. I love waking up in the morning and seeing a bright blue sky. In winter, the days are short and gray, but in summer, the sun rises early and sets late. There is so much light. I feel so much happier and more energetic in summer. The warm weather also makes me want to go outside and be active. I love walking in the park, sitting in a cafe outside, or just reading a book in the garden. Sunshine really changes my mood completely. What about you, Mark?
Anna, I love the sunshine too, but my favorite thing about summer is the long evenings. In summer, it stays light until 9 or even 10 o'clock at night. That means more time to enjoy the outdoors after work or school. I love sitting outside with friends in the evening, having a cold drink and just talking and relaxing. There is something very special about a warm summer evening. Everything feels slower and more relaxed. People seem happier and friendlier too. I also love that in summer you can do so many activities outside. Barbecues, walks, outdoor cinema, festivals. Summer evenings are truly magical. They are my absolute favorite part of the season.
Oh, yes, summer evenings are so beautiful. I love them too. Mark, let's talk about summer weather. Summer means hot weather for most people, but how hot do you like it? I personally love warm weather, but not too hot. Around 25 degrees Celsius is perfect for me. When it is over 35 degrees, I find it too hot. I feel tired and uncomfortable. I drink a lot of water, stay in the shade, and try not to go outside in the middle of the day. What temperature do you prefer in summer? And do you have any tips for staying cool when it is very hot outside? Hot weather can be tough.
25 degrees is perfect. I agree with you, Anna. I also love warm weather, but extreme heat is very difficult. When it is very hot, I drink a lot of cold water, maybe 2 or 3 liters a day. I also wear light, loose clothing. Light colors like white and yellow are best because they do not absorb as much heat as dark colors. I also use a fan or air conditioning at home. Taking a cold shower in the afternoon is wonderful when it is hot. And I try to do outdoor activities in the morning or evening, not at midday when the sun is strongest. Staying hydrated is the most important thing in hot weather.
Great tips, Mark. Staying hydrated is so important. I always carry a water bottle with me in summer. Mark, let's talk about summer holidays. Do you take a holiday in summer? I think summer is the most popular time for holidays. Many people travel in July and August because children are not in school. I love going on holiday in summer. Last summer, I went to the beach for 1 week. It was wonderful. I swam in the sea, ate delicious food, and relaxed in the sun. The beach is my favorite holiday destination in summer. Do you prefer the beach, the mountains, or the city for a summer holiday? What is your dream summer holiday?
I love summer holidays. Last summer, I went to a small village in the mountains. It was cooler there than in the city, which was really nice. I went hiking every day and saw beautiful views. The mountains are so peaceful and quiet. But I also love the beach. The sea, the sand, the sound of the waves. It is very relaxing. I think my dream summer holiday would be a mix of both. A few days at the beach and a few days in the mountains. I also love city trips in summer. Many cities have outdoor events and festivals in summer. There are so many options. Every type of holiday has something special to offer.
A mix of beach and mountains sounds wonderful. Mark, let's talk about summer food. I think food is one of the best parts of summer. In summer, I eat differently than in winter. I eat more salads, fresh fruits, and cold foods. My favorite summer fruit is watermelon. It is so refreshing and sweet. I also love strawberries, cherries, and peaches. They are all at their best in summer. I also enjoy ice cream a lot in summer. There are so many flavors. My favorite is lemon ice cream. It tastes so fresh and cold. Do you have favorite summer foods? I think food is one of the best things about the warm season.
Anna, I completely agree. Summer food is amazing. My absolute favorite summer food is a barbecue. I love cooking outside with friends. We grill chicken, vegetables, and corn on the cob. Everyone sits together, eats, and has fun. It is a very social kind of meal. I also love cold drinks in summer. Fresh lemonade, iced tea, and fruit smoothies. They are so refreshing on a hot day. And yes, ice cream is essential. My favorite flavor is chocolate, but I also love mango ice cream. Summer is also great for eating outside at restaurants and cafes. There's something special about eating good food in the warm sunshine with the people you love.
A barbecue sounds so fun. I love those too. Mark, let's talk about summer activities. There are so many things you can do in summer that you cannot do in other seasons. I love swimming. In summer, I go to the swimming pool or the beach very often. Swimming is great exercise and it is also very fun. I also love cycling in summer. The weather is perfect for riding a bike along a nice path. And I love having picnics in the park. I take a blanket, some food, and my friends, and we sit outside for hours. It is so simple, but so enjoyable. What are your favorite summer activities? Do you prefer outdoor sports or something more relaxing?
I love so many summer activities. I enjoy swimming too. It is the perfect way to cool down on a hot day. I also love playing beach volleyball. It is so energetic and fun. I also enjoy hiking in summer, as I mentioned before, but I also like more relaxing activities. I love reading a book outside in the shade of a tree. There's nothing better than a good book, a warm day, and a cold drink beside you. I also enjoy outdoor concerts and festivals in summer. Many cities have free outdoor music events in summer. Going to a summer festival with friends is one of my favorite summer memories. Summer is really the best season for fun.
Outdoor concerts are so much fun. I love them too. Mark, I want to talk about the beach. The beach is maybe the most popular summer destination for many people. I love going to the beach. The sound of the sea is so calming. I love to swim, but I also love to just lie on the sand and relax. I always bring sunscreen to the beach. It is very important to protect your skin from the sun. I use SPF 50, especially in the middle of the day. Some people forget sunscreen and then they get sunburned. That is very painful and also bad for your skin. Do you always use sunscreen at the beach, Mark?
Yes, sunscreen is absolutely essential. I always use it, especially at the beach. The sun at the beach is very strong.
The reflection from the water and sand makes it even stronger. I use SPF 30 or 50, and I reapply it every 2 hours. I also wear a hat and sunglasses to protect my face and eyes. Staying in the shade during the midday hours from 12 to 3 in the afternoon is also a good idea. I love the beach, but I am always careful about the sun. Sunburn is very painful, and too much sun exposure is not healthy. Enjoy the beach, but always protect yourself. Good sun habits are very important for your health.
Such good advice. Sun protection is so important. Mark, let's talk about summer clothes. I love summer fashion. In summer, I wear light dresses, shorts, sandals, and colorful tops. It is so nice not to wear heavy winter coats and boots. I feel free and comfortable in summer clothes. My favorite summer color is yellow. It feels so sunny and happy. I also love floral patterns in summer. Everything looks more cheerful and bright. I always carry a light cardigan in my bag because sometimes places like shops or restaurants have very strong air conditioning and it can get cold inside. What do you like to wear in summer, Mark? Do you have a favorite summer style?
I love summer clothes too. In summer, I wear shorts, light t-shirts, and sandals. Everything is simple and comfortable. I prefer plain colors, white, light blue, and light gray. They feel cool and clean. I also always wear a cap or a hat outside to protect my head from the sun. I think the best thing about summer clothes is how easy they are. In winter, you have to think about many layers. In summer, you just put on a t-shirt and shorts and you're ready. I also agree about the cardigan tip. Air conditioning in shops and cinemas can be very cold in summer. Always have a light layer with you. It is very practical.
So practical. Mark, let's talk about summer and children. I think summer is the happiest time for children. They do not have school. They have long summer holidays, sometimes 2 or 3 months. When I was a child, I loved summer so much. I spent my summers at my grandmother's house in the countryside. We played outside every day. We ran in the fields, picked berries, played in the river, and caught butterflies. Those are some of my best childhood memories. Summer felt endless and magical when I was young. Do you have good memories from your childhood summers, Mark? I think summer memories from childhood are very special and last forever.
Oh yes, my childhood summers were the best. I grew up near the sea, so every summer we went to the beach almost every day. My parents would pack lunch and we would spend the whole day there, swimming, building sandcastles, playing in the waves. I also remember summer evenings playing football with the neighborhood kids until it was dark. Those were such simple but happy times. I also loved summer fairs and festivals in our town. There was always music, food stalls, and fun games. Childhood summers feel so free and carefree. Now, as an adult, I try to bring some of that same joy into my summers, spending time outside, relaxing, and enjoying simple pleasures.
That sounds so beautiful, Mark. Childhood summers really are magical. Now, let's talk about something different: summer and health. Summer can be very good for your health, but it can also be challenging. The sunshine gives us vitamin D, which is important for our bones and our mood. People often feel happier in summer because of the sunlight. Exercise is also easier in summer because the weather is nice and you want to be outside. But summer can also bring problems: too much sun, dehydration, and heat exhaustion. I always try to be careful about these things. Do you think summer is generally a healthy season? What do you do to stay healthy in summer?
Summer is a wonderful season for health when you are careful. The extra vitamin D from sunlight really does boost your mood and energy. I sleep better in summer too. The warmth makes me feel relaxed. I also exercise more in summer because I love being outside. I walk, swim, and cycle much more than in winter. But yes, the heat can be a risk. Drinking enough water is the #1 thing for summer health. I also eat lighter foods in summer, more salads and fruits, less heavy meals. And I try not to stay in the sun too long. Taking care of yourself in summer means you can enjoy everything the season has to offer without any problems.
So well said.
Mark, let me ask about summer and travel. Summer is the most popular travel season. Airports and trains are very busy in July and August. Hotels and holidays can also be more expensive in summer. Have you ever had any travel adventures or funny travel stories from summer? I remember one summer I missed my flight because of a traffic jam on the way to the airport. It was a terrible day. But then I got on the next flight and my holiday was wonderful. Travel does not always go perfectly, but those stories become funny memories later. Do you have any memorable summer travel stories? Good or bad ones are both welcome.
Oh, I have a funny travel story. One summer, my friends and I drove to the coast for a camping trip. We were so excited. But when we arrived, we realized we forgot the tent at home. We had all our sleeping bags and food, but no tent. We had to sleep in the car that first night. It was very uncomfortable, but we laughed so much about it. The next day, we bought a cheap tent from a local shop, and the rest of the holiday was perfect. Now that story is one of our favorite memories to tell. Travel surprises and mistakes make the best stories. The most important thing is to stay positive and laugh about the unexpected things.
That story is so funny. Sleeping in the car? Oh no! But I love that it became a great memory. Mark, let's talk about summer festivals and events. Summer is full of fun events. There are music festivals, outdoor cinema, food festivals, sports events, and local fairs. I love going to local summer festivals. They are usually free or not expensive. There is music, food, dancing, and a great atmosphere. Last summer, I went to an outdoor jazz festival in my city. It was a beautiful, warm evening, the music was wonderful, and I sat on the grass with my friends. It felt like a perfect summer night. Do you enjoy going to festivals and events in summer? What kind of events do you like most?
Summer festivals are one of my favorite things. I love music festivals most of all. There's something amazing about listening to live music outside under the open sky. The energy of the crowd, the music, the warm air, it is a truly special experience. I also love food festivals. You can try so many different types of food in one place. It's a great way to discover new cuisines. I have tried foods from many different countries at food festivals. I also enjoy street markets in summer. Many cities have outdoor markets on weekends in summer. You can find fresh produce, handmade crafts, and delicious snacks. Summer really brings communities together in such a joyful way.
Outdoor markets are lovely. I always find something special at them. Mark, let's talk about gardening in summer. Do you like gardening? I think summer is the best time for gardens. Everything is green and in bloom, flowers, vegetables, fruit trees. Everything looks so beautiful. I have a small balcony garden. In summer, I grow tomatoes, herbs, and flowers on my balcony. I love watering my plants in the morning with a cup of coffee. It is so peaceful. And eating tomatoes from my own balcony is so satisfying. There is something special about growing your own food. It tastes better when you grow it yourself. Do you do any gardening in summer, or do you just enjoy other people's gardens?
I love gardens, but I am not very good at growing plants. I have tried a few times, and usually the plants do not survive very long. I think I forget to water them regularly. But I admire people who are good at gardening. My parents have a beautiful garden with roses, lavender, and vegetable beds. When I visit them in summer, I love sitting in their garden. The smell of flowers in a summer garden is just wonderful. I also love visiting botanical gardens and parks in summer. Seeing all the different flowers and plants in full bloom is so beautiful. Maybe one day I will learn to be a better gardener. For now, I will enjoy other people's gardens.
That is very honest, Mark. Gardens are beautiful to enjoy even if you do not grow plants yourself. Mark, let's talk about summer and learning English. Many people use summer as a time to study or improve their English. Maybe they travel to an English-speaking country, or they take a summer English course. I think summer is actually a great time to practice English because there are so many fun ways to do it. You can watch English movies, listen to English podcasts like this one, read easy books in English, or talk to tourists in English. What do you think is the best way to practice English in summer? Do you have any tips for our listeners?
What a great topic. Summer is a wonderful time to practice English in a relaxed way. I think the best tip is to make English fun, not like homework. Watch your favorite movies or TV shows in English with subtitles. Read simple books or short stories in English. Listen to English songs and try to understand the words. If you travel somewhere where English is spoken, try to speak with local people. Even just saying hello and thank you is great practice. You can also keep a simple summer diary in English. Write a few sentences each day about what you did. It does not need to be perfect. The important thing is to practice every day, even for just 10 or 15 minutes.
I love the diary idea. Writing in English every day is such good practice, and summer gives you so many things to write about. Mark, let's talk about something I find really interesting, how different countries celebrate summer. In some countries, summer means going to the beach every weekend. In other countries, it means mountain holidays. In Scandinavia, people celebrate midsummer with big outdoor parties. In some countries, summer is the rainy season, not hot and sunny. Not everyone experiences summer the same way. I think it is fascinating how the same season can be so different depending on where you live. Do you know about any interesting summer traditions from other countries that you find interesting or surprising?
That is such an interesting point. Summer really is different around the world. In Japan, there are beautiful summer festivals called matsuri with fireworks and traditional dances. People wear colorful, traditional clothing and celebrate outdoors. In Sweden, the Midsummer Festival is one of the most important celebrations of the year. People dance, sing, and eat traditional food around a decorated pole. In Brazil, summer is in December and January, which is very different for people from the Northern Hemisphere. In some tropical countries, summer brings monsoon rains, not sunshine. Learning about how different cultures experience and celebrate summer is a wonderful way to learn about the world. Every tradition is unique and fascinating.
The Japanese summer festivals with fireworks sound absolutely magical. I would love to experience that one day. Mark, let's talk about summer and sleep. I find it harder to sleep in summer. The nights are shorter and it stays light outside for a long time. My bedroom also gets very warm, and I do not sleep well when I'm hot. I use a fan at night, and I open the window to let in cool air. I also use light cotton sheets instead of heavy blankets. But still, some summer nights are very uncomfortable. Do you sleep well in summer? Do you have any tips for sleeping better when it is hot? I think many people have this problem in summer.
Oh, I definitely have this problem too. Sleeping in summer heat can be really difficult. My best tip is to close the curtains during the day to keep the room cool. This makes a big difference. Also, take a cool shower before bed. Not very cold, just refreshing. Your body temperature will go down and you will feel more comfortable. Wear light pajamas or sleep in just a light sheet. You can also put a cold, wet cloth on your forehead or wrists to cool down quickly. Drinking a glass of cold water before bed also helps. And yes, a fan is very useful. Point it towards the window to push hot air out and pull cooler air in. These tips really do work.
Those tips are so useful. I will try the curtains one. I think my room gets very hot because I leave the curtains open all day. Mark, let's talk about summer and exercise. I think many people exercise more in summer because the weather is nice. But exercising in the heat can also be dangerous. It is important to exercise at the right time of day. I like to go for my walks and runs in the early morning before it gets too hot. The air is fresh, the streets are quiet, and the temperature is comfortable. By midday, it is too hot to run outside. What kind of exercise do you do in summer, and when do you prefer to exercise during the summer months?
Early morning exercise is perfect in summer. I also prefer to exercise in the morning, usually around 7 or 8 o'clock. It is cool and pleasant then. I go for a run along the river near my home. It is beautiful in the morning. The light is soft and there are not many people around. I also swim a lot in summer. Swimming is one of the best summer exercises because it keeps you cool while you're working out.
In the evenings, I sometimes go for a long walk or cycle ride when the temperature goes down again. I always bring water when I exercise outside in summer. Exercising in the heat without water is very dangerous. Safety is always the first priority.
Swimming really is the perfect summer exercise. Mark, I want to ask about something a little different now. What is your least favorite thing about summer? Every season has some downsides. For me, it is insects. In summer, there are mosquitoes, flies, and other bugs. I hate mosquitoes. They bite me every night, and I always wake up with itchy red spots. I use mosquito spray and a special plug-in device in my bedroom, but some still get through. It is very annoying. I also do not enjoy the crowds in summer. Popular beaches and tourist places get very crowded and noisy in summer. I prefer quieter, less busy places. What about you? What do you like least about summer?
Anna, mosquitoes are definitely my least favorite part of summer too. They're so annoying. I also use spray and try to cover my arms in the evenings when they are most active. My other least favorite thing about summer is the traffic and crowds. Highways and airports are so busy in summer. Everything is more expensive. Hotels, flights, restaurants, popular tourist spots are packed with people. Sometimes it's hard to relax and enjoy yourself when everywhere is so crowded. I also sometimes miss the coziness of autumn and winter. Hot drinks, warm blankets, and quiet evenings inside also have a special charm. But overall, the good things about summer definitely outweigh the bad things. Summer is still my favorite season.
I agree. The good things definitely outweigh the bad. Mosquitoes are a small price to pay for all the wonderful things summer brings. Mark, let's talk about summer sunsets. I think summer sunsets are some of the most beautiful things in nature. Because the days are so long in summer, the sunset happens late, sometimes at 9 or even 10 o'clock. I love watching the sunset in summer. The sky turns pink, orange, and purple. It is absolutely stunning. I often go to a high point in my city to watch the sunset. It feels very special. Have you ever watched a particularly beautiful summer sunset that you still remember? Where were you, and what made it so special?
Summer sunsets are truly magical. I've seen some incredible ones. My most memorable was on a boat trip last summer. We were on the sea in the evening, and the sun started to set. The whole sky turned bright orange and red, and the light reflected on the water. It was breathtaking. Everyone on the boat stopped talking and just watched. Nobody said anything for minutes. It was that beautiful. Another beautiful sunset I remember was watching the sun go down behind the mountains. The colors changed slowly from yellow to orange to deep purple. Nature is truly the best artist. I think stopping to watch a beautiful sunset is one of the simplest and most wonderful pleasures of summer.
That boat sunset sounds absolutely incredible. Mark, let's talk about summer reading. I think summer is the perfect time to read. You have more free time, you can sit outside, and a good book in the sunshine is such a pleasure. I love reading on holiday. I always pack at least 2 books for any trip. Last summer, I read a wonderful story about a family who travels across Europe by train. It was simple to read, but very engaging. I think reading in English is also a great way to improve your language skills. Do you read in summer? And do you have any book recommendations for beginners who want to read in English? Easy, enjoyable books are the best place to start.
I love reading in summer. I agree, it is the perfect season for books. For beginners who want to read in English, I recommend short stories and simple novels. Books by Roald Dahl are wonderful for beginners. The language is clear and the stories are very entertaining. The Diary of a Wimpy Kid series is also easy and very funny. For something more relaxing, try travel books or simple romance stories. Reading in a language you are learning might feel difficult at first, but start with very short texts. Even 1 page a day is great progress. Use a dictionary for new words and try to enjoy the story, not just translate every word. Reading should be enjoyable, not stressful.
Roald Dahl is a great recommendation. His stories are so imaginative and fun. Mark, let's talk about summer and friendship.
I think summer is a time when friendships feel especially strong. You spend more time with people outside. You have shared experiences, holidays, barbecues, picnics, festivals. Those shared summer moments bring people closer together. Some of my strongest friendships are built on summer memories. I have a group of friends who I met on a summer language course many years ago. We are still very close today. Summer seems to create a special atmosphere where people connect more easily. Do you think summer is a good time for building friendships? Do you have any special summer friendships or memories with friends?
Absolutely. Summer is wonderful for friendships. When the weather is good, people naturally want to be outside and social. You meet neighbors, join community events, and talk to strangers more easily. I think the relaxed atmosphere of summer makes people more open and friendly. Some of my best friendships started in summer, at camps, on holidays, or at outdoor events. I also think summer is a great time to reconnect with old friends you do not see very often during the busy winter months. A simple phone call to invite someone for a walk or a barbecue can restart a friendship. Summer gives you natural reasons to reach out and spend time with people you care about. It's a social season.
So beautifully said, Mark. Summer really is a social season. It connects people in such a natural way. Mark, we are getting close to the end of our conversation today. I want to ask you one final big question before we wrap up. If you could design your perfect summer day from morning to night, what would it look like? Where would you be? Who would you be with? And what would you do? I think this is a fun and creative question. It also helps our listeners practice thinking and talking about daily activities in English. I will tell you my perfect summer day after you share yours. I already have it planned in my head, and I cannot wait to share it.
Oh, I love this question. My perfect summer day would start with an early morning run along the coast while the air is still cool and fresh. Then a big breakfast outside, fresh bread, fruit, eggs, and a good coffee. After breakfast, I would go to the beach with my closest friends. We would swim, play beach volleyball, and just relax in the sun. In the afternoon, we would find a nice shaded terrace and have a long, slow lunch with cold drinks. In the evening, we would watch the sunset from a boat on the sea. Then dinner outside at a local restaurant with good food and great conversation. Finally, we would sit around a fire on the beach and talk and laugh until late at night. That would be my perfect summer day.
What a wonderful conversation today, Mark. I feel so happy just talking about summer. We talked about so many great things: the weather, food, holidays, activities, travel, fitness, sleep, sunsets, reading, friendships, and so much more. I hope our listeners learned some new English words and phrases today, and I hope this conversation made you feel excited about summer, or maybe a little nostalgic if summer is not here yet. Remember, the best way to improve your English is to listen, speak, and enjoy the language. Thank you so much to everyone who listened today. Summer and English learning are both beautiful journeys. Enjoy both of them to the fullest.
Thank you, Anna. This was such a joyful conversation. And thank you to all our wonderful listeners for spending time with us today. Summer really is a special season, full of warmth, light, and happy memories. I hope our conversation gave you some ideas for things to do this summer and some useful English vocabulary to talk about summer with your friends. If you want to improve your English, use summer as your teacher. Go outside, experience new things, and try to describe them in English. Keep a summer journal, listen to English podcasts, and speak as much as you can. Learning English can be just as fun and warm as a beautiful summer day. Until next time, enjoy the sunshine, stay happy, and we will see you soon. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really exciting topic. We are going to talk about travel. Almost everyone loves travel, and talking about it is something you will do all the time in English. Whether you are planning a trip, talking to someone at a hotel, or just sharing your holiday stories, you need travel vocabulary and phrases. By the end of this episode, you will feel much more confident talking about travel in English. Let me introduce my wonderful co-host, Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our fantastic listeners. Yes, today we are talking about travel, and I am genuinely excited about this topic. Travel is one of my favorite things to talk about because it connects so naturally to real life. You can use Travel English right away when you book a flight, check into a hotel, ask for directions, or order food in a restaurant in another country. For beginners, travel is also a great topic to practice because the vocabulary is very practical. Today, Anna and I will cover lots of useful words, phrases, and example conversations. So get comfortable, relax, and let's explore the world of Travel English together. Let's start.
Okay, so let's begin with the very basics. When we talk about travel, the first question is usually, where do you want to go? In English, we can ask this in simple ways. Where do you want to travel? Or where are you going on holiday? Or what is your dream destination? A destination is the place where you want to go. For example, my destination is Paris, or I want to travel to Japan. Other important basic words are a trip, a journey you make to another place, a holiday, time off when you travel or rest, a suitcase, the bag you pack your clothes in. Mark, can you give some more basic travel vocabulary?
Sure. Here are more important basic travel words. A passport, the official document you need to travel to another country. A visa, permission from a country to enter and stay there. A ticket, the document that lets you travel by plane, train, or bus. A flight, a journey by plane. A hotel, a building where you pay to sleep and stay. A map, a drawing that shows streets and places to help you find your way. A tourist, a person who visits a place on holiday. A souvenir, a small gift you buy to remember a place. These are all very common words you will hear when you travel. Learn them.
Those are great words. Passport, visa, ticket, flight, hotel, map, tourist, souvenir. All so useful. Now let's talk about how to plan a trip. When you plan a travel, the first step is usually to choose your destination. Then you need to book your transport. This means you buy your tickets in advance. I want to book a flight to Rome. Next, you book your accommodation, a place to stay. I need to book a hotel room for 3 nights. Then you pack your suitcase. You put your things inside. Finally, you go to the airport or train station. Mark, can you give some useful phrases for booking a trip?
Of course. Here are some very useful phrases for planning a trip. I want to book a flight to London for next Friday. Can I get a return ticket, please? A return ticket means you go and come back. I need a single ticket to Madrid. A single ticket is one way only. I would like to book a hotel room for 2 nights. Do you have any rooms available? What time does the flight depart? Depart means leave. What time does the flight arrive? Is breakfast included in the price? Is breakfast part of the hotel cost? These are all phrases you can use when you plan a real trip. Practice them at home.
Is breakfast included? I love that phrase. It is so useful when you stay in a hotel. Now let's talk about the airport, because for many travelers, the airport is the first big experience. At the airport, there are many important areas and words. Check-in. This is where you show your ticket and passport and give your big suitcase to the airline. Security. This is where they check your bags for safety. Gate. This is the door where you board, get onto, the plane. Boarding, when passengers get on the plane. Arrivals, where passengers come in from flights. Departures, where passengers leave for flights. Mark, give us some airport example sentences.
Great airport vocabulary, Anna. Here are some useful airport sentences. Where is the check-in desk for flight BA204? Please put your bags on the belt at security. Your gate is number 14. Boarding starts at 2:30.
Please have your boarding pass ready. A boarding pass is the document that lets you get on the plane. Is this the gate for the flight to Tokyo? The flight has been delayed by 1 hour. Delayed means it starts later than planned. The flight has been canceled, means it doesn't happen at all. My bag is lost. Can you help me? Said when your suitcase doesn't arrive. Very important to know.
My bag is lost. I hope nobody needs to say that, but it is very important to know. Now, let's talk about hotels, because after the airport, the hotel is usually the next big place you visit when you travel. At a hotel, you check in when you arrive and check out when you leave. The reception or front desk is where you go to get your room key and ask questions. The room can be single for one person or double for two. Other useful words: room service, food delivered to your room. A lift takes you between floors. Mark, what phrases can you give for talking to hotel staff?
Sure. Here are very useful hotel phrases. I have a reservation under the name Anna Smith. A reservation is a booking you made before. Can I check in, please? My name is Mark. What time is checkout? Checkout is when you must leave the room. Can I have a wake-up call at 7 o'clock, please? Is there free Wi-Fi in the hotel? My room is too cold. Can you help? The shower is not working. Can I have an extra pillow, please? I would like a room with a sea view. Can you recommend a good restaurant nearby? Nearby means close to here. These are all real phrases hotel guests use every day. Practice them.
I would like a room with a sea view. That sounds like a wonderful dream. Now, let's talk about different types of transport. There is the plane, the fastest way to travel far. A train, great for traveling between cities, comfortable and fast. A bus, cheaper than a train and good for shorter distances. A ferry, a boat that carries passengers across water between islands or countries. A taxi, a car with a driver that you pay. A car rental, you rent a car and drive yourself. Mark, what type of transport do you prefer when you travel?
Great question. Personally, I love traveling by train because I can relax, look out of the window, and enjoy the scenery. Scenery means the view of nature and landscapes around you. But I also love road trips, traveling by car to different places, making stops along the way. Here are some useful transport phrases. Can I buy a train ticket to Barcelona, please? Which platform does the train leave from? A platform is the area beside the train track where you wait. How long is the journey? Does this bus go to the city center? I would like to rent a car for 3 days. Can you take me to the main station, please? All very practical phrases.
I love train travel too. The scenery is so beautiful. Now, let's talk about asking for directions, because when you travel, you often get lost or do not know where things are. It is very important to know how to ask for help. Some simple ways to ask for directions. Excuse me, where is the nearest metro station? Can you tell me how to get to the museum? How far is it from here? Is it within walking distance? This means, can I walk there, or is it too far? When someone gives you directions, you will hear, turn left, turn right, go straight. Keep walking the same way. Mark, can you give more direction phrases?
Direction words are so important for travelers. Here are more useful phrases. Go straight ahead for 2 blocks, then turn left. The hotel is on your right. Turn right at the traffic lights. Go past the supermarket and turn left. It is just around the corner. This means it is very close. Take the second street on the left. The museum is opposite the park. Opposite means directly across from something. You can walk there in about 10 minutes. Take the underground or subway to the next station. I'm sorry, I'm not from here. I do not know. A polite way to say you cannot help. Very useful.
It is just around the corner. It means something is very close.
Now, let's talk about food and restaurants when traveling because eating is one of the best parts of any trip. When you're in a new country, try the local food, the traditional dishes from that place. In a restaurant, you'll need key phrases. A table for two, please. Can I see the menu? What do you recommend? I'm vegetarian. Do you have vegetarian options? Can I have the bill, please? The bill shows how much you must pay. Mark, any more restaurant phrases?
Yes, here are more useful restaurant phrases for travelers. I would like to order the pasta, please. What is today's special? The daily special is a dish the chef makes fresh that day. Is this dish spicy? Can I have some water, please? This is delicious, a great compliment for the chef or waiter. Could I have this without onions, please? Useful if you don't like something. Can I pay by card? Do you have a children's menu? We would like separate bills, please. Each person pays for their own food. A very important phrase, what is this dish made of, to find out the ingredients. Always ask if you have food allergies.
What is this dish made of? A smart question if you have food allergies. Now let's talk about sightseeing, one of the most fun parts of travel. Sightseeing means visiting famous and interesting places. A sightseeing spot is called an attraction or a landmark. Famous landmarks include the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Big Ben in London, and the Colosseum in Rome. When you visit, you need phrases like, how much does it cost to enter? What time does it open? Is there a guided tour? A guide walks you around and explains everything. Mark, what are your favorite sightseeing activities?
I love exploring local markets and walking around old city centers. They always feel so alive and interesting. When sightseeing, here are some very useful phrases. 2 tickets to the museum, please. Is photography allowed inside? Some museums do not allow photos. Where is the entrance? How long does the tour take? Do you have an audio guide? An audio guide is a device or phone app that tells you about the place as you walk. Is there a discount for students? Can I buy tickets online? What is the most popular attraction in this city? I would like to visit the Old Town, the historic, original part of a city. Very useful for any sightseeing trip.
Is photography allowed? So important to ask before taking pictures. Now let's talk about shopping when traveling, because buying things is a fun part of many trips. You might visit local markets, shopping streets, or souvenir shops. Useful shopping phrases: how much does this cost? Can I try this on to see if clothing fits? Do you have this in a larger size? This is too expensive. Do you have anything cheaper? I will take it when you decide to buy something. Can I pay in cash? Where can I find a pharmacy? Mark, more shopping phrases?
More shopping phrases for travelers. Do you accept credit cards? Can I get a receipt, please? A receipt is a piece of paper that proves you paid. Is there a tax refund for tourists? Some countries give tourists money back on shopping tax. Do you have this in a different color? Can you gift wrap this? Is this a local product? Good when buying souvenirs. Where's the nearest shopping center? Do you have a sale on? A sale means lower prices. I'm just looking, thank you. A polite way to say you are not ready to buy. These phrases make shopping abroad very easy.
I'm just looking, thank you. I use that phrase all the time. Now let's talk about money and payments when traveling, because when you travel, the money is often different. In Europe, many countries use the euro. In the United Kingdom, they use the pound. In Japan, the yen. You need to exchange money. Change your home currency for the local one. A currency exchange is the place to do this. Useful money phrases: what is the exchange rate today? Can I exchange euros for dollars? Is there an ATM nearby? An ATM gives you cash. Mark, more money phrases?
Yes, money and banking are really important for travelers. Here are more useful phrases. I would like to withdraw some cash. To withdraw means to take money out. Can I use my debit card here? Is there a fee for using this ATM? My card is not working. Can you help? How much does this cost in euros? Do you take foreign currency? Some shops accept the money of other countries. I have traveler's checks. Traveler's checks are a safe way to carry money abroad. Can I get change for this note? A note is paper money. A very practical tip: always tell your bank before you travel so they do not block your card.
Tell your bank before you travel. Such very practical advice. I forgot once and my card was blocked on the first day. Very stressful. Now let's talk about making conversation with local people, one of the best parts of travel. Simple conversation starters. Excuse me, do you speak English? I'm a tourist. Can you help me? I'm visiting from South Korea. This is my first time here. I love your city. What do you recommend? What is the best time of year to visit? Mark, can you give more phrases for friendly conversations with local people?
Meeting local people is the best part of travel. Here are more friendly phrases. How long have you lived here? What is your favorite thing about this place? Are there any hidden gems nearby? A hidden gem is a wonderful place few tourists know about. What local dish must I try? Is this area safe for tourists? I'm staying here for 1 week. I'm traveling alone. I'm traveling with my family. Is there a local market to visit? Thank you so much for your help. And when someone is extra helpful, you made my day. They made you feel very happy.
You made my day is such a warm and friendly expression to know. Now let's talk about common travel problems, because not every trip goes perfectly. Sometimes things go wrong and you need to ask for help. Common problems include a delayed or canceled flight, a lost bag, feeling sick, or losing your passport. Useful phrases for problems: I need help, please. I have lost my passport. I feel sick. Is there a doctor nearby? My bag did not arrive. I missed my train. What can I do? Where is the nearest hospital? I need to contact my embassy. Mark, can you give more problem-solving phrases?
Problem phrases are so important. Here are more useful ones. I do not understand. Can you say that again more slowly? Can you write it down for me, please? Can you call a taxi for me? I am allergic to this medicine. Do you have something else? My phone battery is dead. Can I use your charger? I have lost my wallet. I need to make an emergency call. Is there a police station nearby? Can you help me find my hotel? Here is the address. I do not have travel insurance. Travel insurance helps you pay for problems on your trip. Can I use the phone? These phrases could help in a real emergency. Very important to know.
Travel insurance and emergency phrases, so important. Now let's talk about accommodation, because there are so many different types of places you can stay when you travel. We already mentioned hotels, but there are other options too. A hostel, a cheaper place to stay, often with shared rooms. It is very popular with young travelers and backpackers. A backpacker travels with just a backpack and a small budget. A guest house, a small family-run place, often cheaper and more personal than a big hotel. An Airbnb, renting someone's home for your stay. A resort, a large hotel, often by the beach with activities included. Mark, what type of accommodation do you prefer?
I love different types depending on the trip. For a relaxing holiday, I enjoy a resort by the sea. For a budget city trip, a guest house or Airbnb is perfect. You experience the local area more closely. Here are useful accommodation phrases. I would like to check in, please. Can I have a quiet room? Does the room have air conditioning? Is there a safe in the room? A safe is a locked box for your valuables. Can I leave my luggage here after checkout? Is parking available? Is the hotel near public transport? All very practical questions.
Can I leave my luggage after checkout? So useful when your flight is late in the evening and checkout is in the morning. Now let's talk about weather, because it can completely change all your travel plans. Always check the weather forecast before you travel. Useful weather words: sunny, the sun is shining; rainy, lots of rain; cloudy, covered with clouds; windy, strong wind; hot, very warm; cold, low temperature; snowy, snow is falling; humid, warm and wet air, common in tropical countries. Mark, how does weather affect your travel plans?
Weather really does change everything when you travel. I always check the forecast carefully before packing my suitcase. For hot and sunny weather, I bring light clothes, sunscreen, and a hat. For cold or rainy weather, I pack a jacket and umbrella.
Here are useful weather phrases for travel. What is the weather like in Bangkok in July? Is it the rainy season now? Should I bring an umbrella? The weather is perfect for sightseeing. I was not expecting it to be so cold. There's a storm coming. Should I change my plans? What is the best season to visit? Very natural.
What is the best season to visit? Such a useful question. Different places are beautiful at different times of year. Now let's do a fun activity. Let's imagine we are planning a trip together. Mark, let's pretend we are two friends planning a holiday. I will start. So, Mark, where should we go for our next holiday? I really want somewhere sunny and warm. Maybe the beach? This kind of role-play conversation is great practice for our listeners. Try to do this with a friend at home. Think of a destination, talk about transport, accommodation, food, and activities. Real conversations like this will help you remember vocabulary much better than just reading from a list. Ready, Mark?
I love this idea. Let me play along. Great idea, Anna. How about Thailand? It's sunny, warm, and the beaches are beautiful. We can fly there directly from our city. The flights are usually about 11 hours. Let's book a small hotel near the beach. I prefer somewhere quiet and not too expensive. What activities do you want to do there? We can snorkel, swim underwater with a mask, visit temples, try Thai food, and explore local markets. That sounds amazing. I will check the visa requirements. Do we need a visa to go there? This kind of conversation is perfect practice. Listeners, try making your own travel planning conversation with a friend.
That Thailand conversation was so much fun. I really want to go now. Now, let's talk about describing a place when you come back from a trip. People always ask, how was your holiday? Or what was it like? You need to describe places in English. Useful adjectives. Beautiful, very nice to look at. Crowded, full of many people. Peaceful, quiet and calm. Exciting, full of interesting things to do. Expensive, costs a lot. Affordable, good value. Amazing, incredible, wonderful. Disappointing, not as good as you expected. Mark, can you give some example sentences?
Describing places is so much fun. Here's some natural example sentences. The old town was absolutely beautiful. The streets were narrow and full of history. The beach was very crowded in summer, but still lovely. The mountains were peaceful and perfect for walking. The mood market was exciting. There were so many different smells and colors. The hotel was clean, comfortable, and very affordable. Unfortunately, the weather was disappointing. It rained every day. The city was amazing. I want to go back. The local people were incredibly friendly and welcoming. Notice the adjectives. They paint a picture for the listener. Describing places with feeling and detail makes your stories much more interesting to listen to.
Those descriptions are absolutely wonderful. The streets were narrow and full of history. I can picture it perfectly. Now, let's learn some very useful travel expressions that English speakers use all the time. Hit the road. This means to start a journey. Live out of a suitcase. To travel so much you never stay in one place long. Off the beaten track. Going to places not popular with most tourists. Explore the world. To travel and discover new places. Jet lag. Feeling very tired after changing time zones. Mark, can you give examples using these travel expressions?
I love those travel expressions. Here's some natural example sentences using them. We hit the road early in the morning to beat the traffic. She basically lives out of a suitcase because she travels so much. I prefer off-the-beaten-track destinations away from big crowds. My dream is to explore the world and visit every continent. I had terrible jet lag after flying from New York to Seoul. More great travel expressions. Go sightseeing, to visit tourist attractions. Pack light, bring very few things in your bag. All-inclusive, your holiday price includes food, drinks, and activities. These are all very natural phrases.
Pack light. That is great advice for any traveler. I always bring too many things. Now, let's talk about traveling for different reasons. People travel for many different purposes, not just for holidays. Business travel is when you travel for work, for meetings, conferences, or visiting clients. A conference is a large meeting where many professionals come together. Study abroad means going to another country to study at a school or university. This is very popular with students. Adventure travel is when you travel to do exciting physical activities like hiking, climbing, or whitewater rafting. Cultural travel is when you travel to learn about history, art, and traditions. Mark, have you done any of these?
Yes, I have. I've done business travel, and I absolutely love it when I can combine it with exploring the city, too. I also went hiking in Nepal once. It was one of the most incredible experiences of my life. The mountains were breathtaking, so beautiful. Here are useful phrases for different types of travel. I am here on a business trip. I'm attending a conference. I'm studying here for 1 semester. I'm backpacking through Southeast Asia. I went on a hiking trip in the Alps. I'm on a cultural tour of Italy. All natural phrases for explaining why you are traveling.
Breathtaking. What a great word. It means so beautiful it takes your breath away. Now, I want to talk about a very modern topic, traveling with technology. Today, technology makes travel so much easier. You can use apps and websites to book flights, find hotels, get directions, and even translate languages. Some very useful travel apps include Google Maps for directions and finding places, Google Translate to translate words and signs in other languages, Booking.com or Airbnb for finding accommodation, TripAdvisor to read reviews of hotels and restaurants, a weather app to check the forecast, and your bank's app to check your balance. Mark, how do you use technology when you travel?
Technology has completely changed how I travel. I use Google Maps constantly. I almost never get lost anymore. I also use translation apps a lot, especially in countries where I do not speak the language. They are amazing for reading menus, signs, and asking for help. Here are some useful technology phrases for travelers. Can you recommend a good travel app? What is the Wi-Fi password? Is there free Wi-Fi in the lobby? My phone has died. Where can I charge it? I need to buy a local SIM card. A SIM card gives local phone service. Does the hotel have a charging station? Can I connect to the Wi-Fi here? Technology really makes every trip smoother and safer.
What is the Wi-Fi password? Honestly, one of the most important modern travel phrases. Now, let's do a short practice quiz for our listeners. I will ask a question, and Mark will answer using today's travel vocabulary. Listeners, please try to think of your own answer before Mark speaks. First question. You arrive at a hotel. What do you say to the receptionist? Think about the phrases we learned. I have a reservation, I would like to check in, and your name. Then ask about Wi-Fi and checkout time. Imagining real situations is one of the very best ways to improve your English.
Great quiz, Anna. Okay, here's my answer. At the hotel reception, I would say, "Hello, I have a reservation under the name Mark Johnson." Then the receptionist asks for my passport and gives me my key. I then ask, "What time is checkout? Is breakfast included in the price? Is there free Wi-Fi in the room? Can you recommend a good restaurant for dinner nearby?" And when I go to my room, if there is a problem, I would say, "Excuse me, the air conditioning is not working." Or, "Can I have an extra towel, please?" These are all completely natural hotel conversations. Try saying these phrases out loud at home. Speaking practice builds confidence.
Excellent hotel conversation, Mark. Now, let's do one more practice scenario. You are at a restaurant in Italy. You do not speak Italian. What do you say? Think about the phrases, do you speak English? Can I see the menu? What do you recommend? I am allergic to. This is a very real situation that many travelers face every day. English is the common language of international travel, not just the language of England or America, but the whole world. When people from different countries meet, they communicate in English. This is one of the most important reasons to learn English.
Such a great point. English really is the international language of travel. Here's my restaurant answer. I walk in and say, "Hello, do you have a table for two?" The waiter shows us a table. "Thank you. Can we see the menu?" Then, "What do you recommend? What is the specialty here, the best dish?"
If I do not know a word, what is bruschetta? What is it made of? When we are ready, I will have the pasta, please. At the end, can we have the bill? Can I pay by card? These phrases work in any restaurant anywhere in the world.
Those phrases work anywhere. So true. Now, I want to give our listeners some final tips for traveling and using English when abroad. Tip 1. Do not be afraid to speak English even if you make mistakes. People appreciate when you try, and most people are kind and helpful. Tip 2. Learn a few words of the local language. Hello, thank you, and please go a very long way. People love it. Tip 3. Carry a notebook and write down useful phrases. Tip 4. Use apps like Google Translate when you are stuck. Tip 5. Smile. A smile is understood everywhere. Mark, do you have any final travel tips?
Great tips, Anna. Here are a few more from me. Tip 6. Always make a copy of your passport and keep it separate from the original, just in case. Tip 7. Buy travel insurance before every trip. It can save a lot of money if things go wrong. Tip 8. Tell someone at home your travel plans, your hotel name, and return date. Tip 9. Be respectful of local customs and cultures. Always be curious and open-minded. Tip 10. Enjoy every single moment. Travel is one of life's greatest gifts. Every trip teaches you something new. Happy travels to everyone.
What a wonderful and rich episode this has been. I am genuinely so happy we covered so many travel topics today. Let me give a final summary of what we talked about. We covered basic travel vocabulary, passport, ticket, hotel, destination. We talked about the airport, different types of transport, hotels, asking for directions, food and restaurants, sightseeing, shopping, money, weather, accommodation, travel problems, technology, and describing places. We also practiced real travel conversations and learned some great travel expressions. There is so much travel English to explore, but today you have a really strong and practical foundation. Remember, the best way to practice is to use the language in real situations. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Anna, and a very big thank you to every listener today. I hope this episode made you feel excited about traveling and using English when you travel. Remember, English is your travel superpower. With English, you can go anywhere and communicate with anyone. Do not wait until your English is perfect. Travel and learn at the same time. Every trip is a language lesson. Review today's vocabulary, practice the phrases with a friend, and you will feel ready for any travel situation. Take great care, and we'll see you in the next episode. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, we have a very fun topic. We are going to talk about the gym. I think many people want to go to the gym, but they don't know where to start. I am not an expert, but I love going to the gym. I started not very long ago, and I learned many things. Today, my friend Mark is here with me. He also goes to the gym. We will talk about our experiences. I hope this is helpful for you. So, let's start. Mark, are you ready?
Yes, Anna, I am very happy to be here. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark. I am so excited about today's topic. The gym can feel scary at first. I know because I was scared too when I first went. But now I really love it. Going to the gym is good for your body and your mind. In this podcast, Anna and I will talk about simple things like what to bring, what to do, and how to feel comfortable. We want to help beginners like you. So please listen and enjoy. Let's have a great conversation today.
Mark, let me ask you a simple question first. When did you start going to the gym? I started about 1 year ago. Before that, I never went. I was a little afraid. I thought the gym was only for strong people. But one day, my friend invited me, and I went. It was a good experience. I felt tired after, but also happy. Now I go 3 times a week. I think starting is the hardest part. Once you start, it gets easier. Did you feel the same way when you first started?
Yes, Anna, I totally understand that feeling. I started going to the gym about 2 years ago. My first day was very difficult. I did not know how to use the machines. I was also shy because there were many people. But after 2 or 3 visits, I started to feel more comfortable. I also asked a trainer for help. That was a very good idea. The trainer showed me the right way to do the exercises. I think beginners should always ask for help. It is not embarrassing. Everyone was a beginner at some point. The gym is a friendly place when you give it a chance.
That is so true. I remember my first week. I did not know what to do either. I just walked on the treadmill for 20 minutes. That was my whole workout. I laughed about it later, but it was okay because I went. The important thing is to go. You don't need to do many exercises at first. Just move your body. I also watched some videos online before going. They helped me understand basic exercises. Mark, what did you do in your first week? Did you try many machines or did you start slow? I think everyone starts differently, and that is fine.
Anna, I started very slow too. In my first week, I only did simple things. I walked on the treadmill and I used light weights. I did not try to do too much. I think beginners often make a mistake. They try to do everything on the first day. Then they feel very tired and sore and they don't want to go back. It is better to start small. Do a little each time, then slowly add more. Your body needs time to get used to the gym. I always tell my friends, go slowly, but go regularly. That is the best advice for a beginner.
I love that advice, Mark. Go slowly, but go regularly. Yes. I also think it helps to have a plan. When I first started, I went to the gym, but I had no plan. I just walked around and looked at the machines. I did not know what to do. Then I asked for help from the gym staff. They gave me a simple beginner plan. It had 3 exercises for each visit. That was perfect for me. Having a plan made me feel more confident. I knew what to do when I came in. Mark, do you think beginners need a plan, or is it okay to just go without one?
A plan is very helpful. I think beginners should have at least a simple plan. It does not need to be complicated. For example, warm up for 5 minutes, do 3 exercises, then cool down. That is enough at the start. Without a plan, you can feel confused and waste time. Also, a plan helps you see progress. You can write down what you do each day, then you can see that you are getting better. That feels really good. Many gyms offer free sessions with a trainer when you join. Beginners should use that opportunity. The trainer can make a simple plan just for you.
Oh yes, free trainer sessions are so valuable. I used mine when I joined my gym. The trainer was very kind. She showed me 5 basic exercises. She also taught me how to breathe correctly during exercise. I did not know that breathing was so important. If you breathe wrong, you get tired faster. The trainer also showed me how to use the machines safely. Safety is very important in the gym. If you use the machines in the wrong way, you can hurt yourself. Mark, did your gym offer free trainer sessions too, or did you pay for help from a trainer?
My gym also offered one free session with a trainer when I joined. I used it on my second visit. The trainer was great. He was patient and friendly. He explained everything clearly. He also told me not to lift heavy weights at the beginning. Many beginners try to lift very heavy weights to look strong, but that is dangerous. You can hurt your back or your shoulders. It is better to use light weights and do the exercise correctly. Form is more important than weight. After a few months, you can slowly increase the weight, but always focus on doing the exercise in the right way first.
Form is so important. I learned that lesson too. One time I tried to use a heavier weight and my back hurt for 2 days. After that, I went back to lighter weights. I learned my lesson. Speaking of safety, I think it is also important to warm up before exercise. A warm-up prepares your body. It helps your muscles get ready. A simple warm-up can be 5 minutes of walking or light stretching. Do you always warm up before your workout, Mark? I try to, but sometimes when I am in a hurry, I skip it. And I usually feel it later. My muscles are more sore when I skip the warm-up.
Yes, Anna, warming up is very important, and I always try to do it. When I skip the warm-up, I can feel the difference. My muscles feel tight and uncomfortable. A good warm-up gets your heart beating faster and your blood moving. It also helps prevent injury. I usually walk on the treadmill for 5 minutes, then do some light stretching.
That takes about 10 minutes total. It is not long, but it makes a big difference. I also do a cool down at the end of my workout. That is also important. Cooling down helps your heart rate go back to normal slowly and reduces soreness the next day.
Yes, the cool down is something I also do now. I stretch for about 5 to 10 minutes at the end of my workout. It feels really good after all that exercise. My body relaxes and I feel calm. Mark, let's talk about gym clothes now. I think many beginners wonder what to wear. When I first went, I just wore regular clothes, but I quickly learned that gym clothes are much more comfortable. I bought some good sports shoes and leggings. It made a big difference. I felt more comfortable moving and doing exercises. What do you think beginners should wear to the gym?
Good question, Anna. Gym clothes are really important. You don't need to buy expensive clothes, but you need comfortable ones. The most important thing is your shoes. Get good sports shoes. They support your feet when you run or jump. Your feet and knees will thank you. Also, wear comfortable clothes that let you move freely. Avoid jeans or tight clothes. For men, a simple t-shirt and shorts are perfect. For women, leggings and a sports top work great. You can also bring a light jacket if the gym is cold. Some gyms have strong air conditioning. Dress in layers so you can remove clothes if you get hot.
That is great advice about layers. My gym is sometimes very cold, and I always bring a hoodie. Mark, what about things to bring to the gym? I have a small gym bag. Inside, I always have a water bottle, a small towel, my earphones, and my gym shoes. I think water is the most important thing to bring. You need to drink water during your workout. It keeps you hydrated. I drink water between every exercise. Some people forget to drink water and then feel dizzy. That is not good. What do you always bring to the gym? Do you have a routine for packing your gym bag?
Anna, I have a very similar list. I always bring water, a towel, and my earphones. I also bring a protein bar for after the workout. My body needs food after exercise to recover. I also bring a small notebook. I write down my exercises, the weights I use, and how many repetitions I do. This helps me track my progress. I can see week by week if I'm getting stronger. It's very motivating. I also bring a lock for my locker. Most gyms have lockers where you can keep your things safe while you exercise. A small lock is a very useful thing to have.
Oh, I love the idea of writing down your exercises in a notebook. That is so smart. I use my phone to track my workouts, but a notebook works too. Tracking your progress is really motivating. When I see that I can do more than before, I feel so proud of myself. Mark, let's talk about gym schedules. How often should a beginner go to the gym? I go 3 times a week. I think that is a good number for beginners. But some people try to go every day at the beginning. Is that a good idea? What do you think is the right number of gym days per week for a new person?
3 times a week is perfect for beginners. I agree with you, Anna. Going every day is too much at the start. Your muscles need time to rest and grow. When you exercise, your muscles get small tears. Then, during rest, they repair and become stronger. If you don't rest, your muscles cannot recover properly. You also risk getting injured. I recommend beginners go to the gym 2 or 3 times a week. Rest on the other days. On rest days, you can still be active, go for a walk, ride a bike, or just stretch at home. But the gym workout days should have rest days between them.
That makes so much sense. Rest is part of the training. I did not know that at first. I thought more gym time meant more results, but actually rest is just as important as exercise. My body really feels the difference when I rest properly. I also sleep better on the days I exercise. Mark, speaking of sleep, do you sleep better after going to the gym? I find that I fall asleep much faster on gym days. Exercise makes me feel physically tired but mentally relaxed. It is a wonderful feeling. Do you have any other lifestyle tips for beginners who are just starting their gym journey?
Yes, sleep is so important. I also sleep much better on gym days. Exercise and good sleep go together very well. For lifestyle tips, drink a lot of water every day, not just at the gym. Eat healthy food. You don't need a very strict diet, but try to eat vegetables, fruits, and protein. Protein helps your muscles recover. Chicken, eggs, and beans are good sources of protein. Also, try to reduce junk food and sugary drinks. Small changes in your diet make a big difference over time. And remember, the gym is just one part of a healthy lifestyle. Sleep, food, and rest all matter too.
Food is such an important topic. I changed my eating habits a little when I started going to the gym. I now eat more protein and fewer sweets. I also drink more water. I used to drink only 1 glass of water a day. Now I drink about 8 glasses. My skin looks better and I have more energy. Mark, let's talk about motivation. Some days I really don't want to go to the gym. I feel lazy or tired. I think many beginners feel this way. How do you stay motivated? What do you do on days when you don't feel like exercising? This is something many people struggle with.
Motivation is a big challenge for everyone, even for experienced gym goers. On days when I don't want to go, I remind myself how good I feel after the workout. During the workout, I might feel tired, but after, I always feel happy and proud. I also have a gym friend. We go together twice a week. Having a gym buddy is a great motivation. You don't want to let your friend down. Another tip, put your gym clothes on. Once I am dressed in my workout clothes, I almost always go. It sounds silly, but it really works. Also, set small goals. When you reach a goal, celebrate it.
A gym buddy is a wonderful idea. I also have a friend who goes with me sometimes. It is much more fun to exercise with someone. We talk between sets and encourage each other. The time goes faster, too. Mark, what about music? I cannot go to the gym without my earphones. Music makes everything better. I make a special playlist for the gym. Fast, energetic songs help me push harder. I think music really affects how hard you exercise. When a good song plays, I feel like I can do more. Do you listen to music at the gym, or do you prefer silence or podcasts? What kind of music do you like when you exercise?
Music is essential for me at the gym. I cannot imagine working out without it. I love listening to upbeat, fast music during exercise. It gives me energy and makes me feel strong. I have a special gym playlist with about 30 songs. I update it every month with new songs so it stays exciting. Some people listen to podcasts or audiobooks at the gym. I tried that once, but I prefer music for high-energy workouts. For slower workouts like stretching or walking, podcasts are nice. The most important thing is to listen to whatever makes you feel good and motivated. Music is a powerful tool for exercise.
I totally agree. Music changes everything. Okay, Mark, let's talk about different types of exercise. At the gym, there are so many options. There is cardio, like running on the treadmill, cycling, and the elliptical machine. Then there is weight training, like lifting dumbbells and using weight machines. There's also group classes like yoga, Zumba, and spinning. It can be confusing for a beginner. I started with cardio because it felt familiar. Walking and running, I knew how to do those things. I felt comfortable there. What do you recommend for beginners? Should they start with cardio or weights? What is your opinion?
That is a great question. I think beginners should do a mix of both cardio and weights. Cardio is good for your heart and burns calories. Weights are good for building muscle and making your body stronger. You don't need to choose just one. A simple beginner program might be 10 minutes of cardio to warm up, then some basic weight exercises, then 10 minutes of cardio or stretching at the end. This is a good balanced workout. Group classes are also great for beginners. The instructor leads the class, so you just follow along. Classes like yoga or beginner aerobics are perfect for people who don't know what to do on their own.
Group classes changed everything for me. I joined a beginner yoga class at my gym, and I loved it. The instructor was very patient and explained every pose. I met other beginners there too. We all felt the same way, a little lost, but happy to learn. After a few classes, I felt much more confident in the gym overall. I also tried a Zumba class. It was like dancing. So much fun. I did not even feel like I was exercising. I was just dancing and laughing. I think group classes are a wonderful option for people who feel shy or confused about the gym. They make exercise feel social and fun.
Zumba sounds like so much fun. I have not tried it yet, but maybe I should. I did try a spinning class once. Spinning is cycling on a stationary bike, but in a group with loud music. It was very intense. I was exhausted after, but I felt amazing. The energy in the room was incredible. Everyone was pushing together. I think group classes create a special atmosphere that is hard to find when you exercise alone.
Anna, do you go to group classes every week, or do you also do your own individual workouts? I think a combination is the best approach for most people, especially beginners.
I do both. I go to a yoga class once a week, and then I do my own workout 2 more times a week. I think that is a nice balance. The class gives me structure and social energy, and my individual workouts let me focus on my own goals. Mark, let's talk about gym equipment. There are so many machines in the gym. It can look very scary to a beginner. I remember walking in and seeing all the big machines and thinking, I have no idea what to do. Which machines do you think are the best for beginners? Are there any machines that beginners should avoid at first?
Yes, the gym can look very overwhelming at first. There are so many machines and weights. For beginners, I recommend starting with the simpler machines. The treadmill and stationary bike are great starting points. Everyone knows how to walk and cycle. The cable machine and the leg press machine are also good for beginners because they guide your movement. Free weights like dumbbells are great too, but start very light. Machines are generally safer than free weights for beginners because they control your movement. Avoid very complicated machines at first, or any machine you do not understand. Always ask a gym staff member to explain a machine before you use it. Safety first.
Yes, safety first always. I still ask questions when I see a new machine. There is no shame in asking. The gym staff are there to help. Mark, I want to talk about something that many beginners worry about, feeling embarrassed at the gym. I know I felt very self-conscious when I first started. I thought everyone was looking at me and judging me. But was that true? No. People at the gym are focused on their own workouts. They are not watching you. Have you ever felt self-conscious at the gym? How did you deal with those feelings? I think this is something many beginners need to hear.
Oh, absolutely. I felt very self-conscious my first few times at the gym. I was afraid of doing exercises wrong in front of people. I was also afraid of using too little weight. But here's what I learned. Nobody cares. Everyone at the gym is thinking about their own workout. They are not looking at you. And even if someone sees you make a mistake, they understand. Everyone was a beginner once. After a few visits, I stopped worrying about what others thought. I just focused on myself and my progress. That mindset change made everything easier. Go to the gym for yourself, not for anyone else. Your only competition is your past self.
I love that. Your only competition is your past self. That is so motivating. It is so true. I only compare myself to who I was last month, not to other people. Everyone is on a different journey. Mark, let's talk about progress. How long does it take to see results at the gym? I think many beginners expect to see changes very quickly, but the reality is that progress takes time. I started noticing small changes after about 1 month. My clothes felt a little different, I had more energy, but big changes took longer, maybe 3 months. What was your experience? When did you first notice real progress?
Progress is a slow and steady process. I started noticing small changes after about 6 weeks. My arms felt slightly stronger and I had more energy during the day. But visible changes in my body took about 3 months of consistent gym visits. I think beginners need to be patient. Social media shows people with amazing bodies and it looks like they got there quickly, but that is not real. Real, healthy progress takes many months. The key word is consistent. Go regularly, eat well, sleep well, and be patient. The results will come. Also, remember that feeling stronger and having more energy are results too, even before you see big physical changes.
Consistency is the key. I could not agree more. Going regularly, even when you don't feel like it, that is what makes the difference. Mark, what about gym etiquette? There are some unwritten rules at the gym. As a beginner, I did not know these rules at first. For example, you should wipe down the equipment after you use it. You should not leave weights on the floor. You should not talk loudly on your phone. These are small things, but they matter. Did you know about gym etiquette when you first started, or did you learn the rules as you went? Are there any important rules you think beginners should know?
Gym etiquette is very important. I learned most rules by watching other people. The main rules are always wipe the machine or mat after you use it.
Put weights back in the right place when you finish. Do not occupy a machine when you are not using it. And don't give people unsolicited advice. If someone is exercising, do not interrupt them unless it is urgent. Also, be mindful of personal space. Give people room to exercise comfortably. Be friendly, but respect that some people want to focus and be quiet. Following these simple rules makes the gym a pleasant place for everyone. Beginners who follow gym etiquette are always appreciated by other gym members.
Those are such important rules. I'm glad you mentioned not giving unsolicited advice. I have seen that happen, and it makes people uncomfortable. Mark, I want to ask about setting goals. When you first joined the gym, what was your goal? I think having a clear goal helps you stay focused. My first goal was simple: go to the gym at least twice a week for 1 month. I did not think about losing weight or getting strong yet. Just going regularly was my goal. After 1 month, I felt so proud that I had achieved it. Then I made a new goal. Small goals are the best way to start. What was your first gym goal?
My first goal was also very simple. I wanted to go to the gym 8 times in 1 month. That's twice a week. I wrote it on a piece of paper and put it on my refrigerator. Every time I went to the gym, I put a check mark. Seeing those check marks was very motivating. When I reached 8, I celebrated with a small treat. Setting and reaching goals, even small ones, builds confidence. After my first month, I set a new goal: to do 10 push-ups without stopping. It took me 6 weeks, but I did it. That feeling was wonderful. Goals give you direction and purpose. Without goals, it's easy to lose motivation and stop going.
I love the checkmark idea. I might try that. Mark, what about people who want to lose weight? Many beginners go to the gym specifically for weight loss. Is the gym the right place for that? And what kind of exercises help with weight loss? I know that cardio burns calories, but I also heard that weight training is good for weight loss too. My trainer told me that muscle burns more calories than fat, even when you are resting. Is that true? I found that a little surprising at first. I always thought only running and cycling help you lose weight. What do you know about exercise and weight loss for beginners?
Yes, that is true. Muscle burns more calories than fat even when you're resting. So building muscle through weight training is great for weight loss in the long run. But cardio is also excellent for burning calories during the workout itself. For weight loss, a combination of cardio and weight training is the best approach. But diet is equally, maybe even more important than exercise. You cannot out-exercise a bad diet. If you eat too much unhealthy food, exercise alone will not give you the results you want. Eat a balanced diet with protein, vegetables, and good carbohydrates. Reduce sugar and processed food. Combine that with regular gym visits and you will see results.
Diet and exercise together, that is the winning combination. I noticed that my eating habits naturally got better after I started going to the gym. I did not want to ruin my hard work by eating junk food, so the gym actually inspired me to eat better too. Mark, let's talk about gym memberships. Gyms can be expensive. How should a beginner choose a gym? There are big, fancy gyms and smaller, simpler gyms. I go to a medium-sized gym. It is not too fancy, but it has everything I need. I pay a monthly fee. How do you think beginners should think about choosing and paying for a gym? Is a more expensive gym better?
A more expensive gym is not always better. The best gym is the one you will actually go to. Think about location first. A gym close to your home or workplace is ideal. If the gym is far away, you will find excuses not to go. Then think about facilities. Does it have the equipment you need? A treadmill, some weights, and a few machines are enough for a beginner. You don't need a fancy gym with a sauna and a juice bar. Many affordable gyms have everything a beginner needs. Also ask about a trial period. Many gyms let you try for 1 week for free or at a low cost. Use that to see if you like the gym before committing.
The trial period is such a smart idea. I tried my gym for 1 week before signing up. I liked the atmosphere and the people, so I joined. Mark, I want to ask about working out alone versus with a personal trainer. We talked about free trainer sessions, but some people hire a personal trainer for regular sessions. That costs more money. Is it worth it for a beginner? I think a few sessions with a trainer at the start is very helpful, but you don't need a trainer forever. Once you learn the basics, you can work out on your own.
What do you think about personal trainers? Did you ever use one regularly?
I think a personal trainer is worth it for the first month or two. Learning the correct form from a professional is very valuable. It prevents injury and makes your workouts more effective. After you learn the basics, you can continue on your own. If money is a concern, even 2 or 3 sessions with a trainer at the beginning is enough to learn the fundamentals. You can also find many free workout videos online for beginners. Many certified trainers post free content on YouTube. That is a great resource if you cannot afford a personal trainer. The important thing is to learn proper form before you start lifting heavier weights or doing complex exercises.
Online videos are so helpful. I watch workout videos all the time. There are so many good ones for beginners. Mark, we have talked about so many great topics today. Before we wrap up, is there anything you want to say to someone who is thinking about going to the gym for the first time? Someone who is nervous and not sure if the gym is right for them? I want to give our listeners one final piece of encouragement before we end. I know how scary that first step can be, but I also know how wonderful it feels once you start. So what would you say to a nervous first-timer?
I would say just go. Don't overthink it. You don't need to be fit to start going to the gym. The gym is the place where you get fit. Nobody there is judging you. Everyone started somewhere. Walk in, look around, ask for help, and just try. You don't need to have a perfect plan or the perfect gym clothes. You just need to show up. The first day is always the hardest, but after that first day, the second day is easier, and then the third. Before you know it, going to the gym becomes a normal, happy part of your week. Take that first step. Your future self will thank you.
What a beautiful message, Mark. Thank you so much for that. I completely agree. Just show up. That is the most important thing. We talked about so many things today: how to start, what to wear, what to bring, how to stay motivated, gym etiquette, setting goals, and so much more. I hope our listeners feel a little more confident about going to the gym after hearing our conversation. Remember, start slow, be patient, ask for help, and enjoy the journey. The gym is for everyone, including you. Thank you all so much for listening to our podcast today. It was so much fun to talk about this topic.
Thank you, Anna, for hosting this wonderful conversation, and thank you to everyone who listened today. I hope we gave you some useful tips and maybe a little push to try the gym. Remember, fitness is a journey, not a race. Be kind to yourself, celebrate small wins, and keep going even when it's hard. If you have any questions or topics you want us to talk about in the next episode, please let us know. We would love to hear from you. Until next time, stay active, stay healthy, and keep smiling. See you in the next episode. Goodbye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really wonderful topic. We are going to talk about books. Reading is one of the best things you can do, and talking about books is very common in English. What is your favorite book? What kind of books do you like? Do you read every day? These are all great conversation questions. I am joined by my fantastic co-host, Mark. Mark loves books too. Mark, say hello and tell us, are you a big reader?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Yes, I am absolutely a big reader. Books have been a huge part of my life since childhood. Today's topic makes me very happy because I love talking about books almost as much as I love reading them. Books are a fantastic topic for English learners because the vocabulary is practical and useful. You can talk about books at school, at work, or with a friend over coffee. Anna and I will share our favorite books, talk about genres, and give you lots of useful phrases. By the end of this episode, you will talk about books naturally. Let's go.
Okay, let's start with the most important question. What is your favorite book? This is one of the most common questions people ask. In English, you can ask it in different ways. What is your favorite book? Or what book do you recommend? Or what are you reading right now? To answer, you say, my favorite book is, or I really love, or I recommend. You can also say why. I love it because the story is exciting, or the characters are very interesting. Mark, what is your favorite book? Tell our listeners. Make it sound interesting so everyone wants to read it.
Great question. My absolute favorite book is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. It is a short novel, not very long, but it is incredibly powerful. The story follows a young shepherd boy named Santiago who travels from Spain to Egypt looking for treasure, but the real journey is inside him. He learns about following your dreams, listening to your heart, and finding your purpose in life. The language is simple and beautiful, which makes it perfect for English learners too. I have read it 3 times. Every time I read it, I find something new. It gives me a feeling of hope and motivation. I genuinely recommend it to everyone. Anna, what is your favorite book?
Oh, I love The Alchemist too. My absolute favorite book is Anne of Green Gables by Lucy Maud Montgomery. It is a classic novel about a young orphaned girl named Anne who goes to live with an older brother and sister on a farm in Canada. Anne is funny, creative, imaginative, and full of life. I first read this book when I was 10 years old, and I have loved it ever since. It is warm, funny, and very heartfelt. It teaches about friendship, family, and finding your place in the world. I think Anne is one of the most lovable characters in all of literature. Have you read it, Mark?
I have not read Anne of Green Gables, but now I really want to. I love books with memorable characters. Another favorite of mine is To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. It is set in the southern United States in the 1930s and told through the eyes of a young girl named Scout. Her father, Atticus Finch, is a lawyer who defends a man wrongly accused of a crime. The book is about justice, courage, and doing what is right even when it is difficult. It is beautifully written and very moving. It is considered one of the greatest American novels ever written. The themes are serious, but the story is very warm.
To Kill a Mockingbird is a masterpiece. Atticus Finch is one of the most admirable characters in literature. Now let's talk about different types of books, because there are many. Genres means categories. Fiction is a story that is not real. The author made it up. Nonfiction is writing about real events or real people. A novel is a long fiction story. A short story is a brief fiction story. A biography is the story of a real person's life written by someone else. An autobiography is written by the person themselves. A self-help book gives advice on improving your life. Mark, what types of books do you enjoy?
I enjoy many different types. My favorite genre is literary fiction, serious, beautifully written fiction that explores deep themes about life. But I also love historical fiction, stories set in the past, mixing real events with invented characters. The Name of the Rose and Wolf Hall are incredible examples. I also enjoy nonfiction, especially books about science, philosophy, and history. And I love poetry. Short, beautiful language that captures a feeling in just a few words. Reading different types of books makes you a more well-rounded person. What about you, Anna?
I love literary fiction too, but I also really enjoy mystery and detective novels. There is something so satisfying about following the clues and trying to solve the mystery before the detective does. My favorite mystery writer is Agatha Christie, a British author who wrote over 60 novels. Her most famous characters are Hercule Poirot, a brilliant detective, and Miss Marple, an elderly woman who solves crimes. Christie's writing is very clear and clever. I also love travel writing and memoirs, personal stories about someone's real experiences. They make me feel inspired and motivated to try new things. Mark, do you like mystery books?
I enjoy mystery books, but I prefer something with more psychological depth. One genre I love is magical realism, when realistic stories have elements of magic treated as completely normal. Gabriel Garcia Marquez is the most famous example. His novel, 100 Years of Solitude, is one of the greatest novels ever written. It tells the story of a family over many generations, and magical things happen alongside ordinary life. It is dreamy, beautiful, and unlike anything else I have read. I also love science fiction, stories set in the future or in space. I grew up reading science fiction, and it expanded my imagination greatly. Anna, do you like fantasy or science fiction?
I enjoy some fantasy, but I am more of a realistic fiction reader.
However, I absolutely love the Harry Potter series by J.K. Rowling. I know many people consider it children's literature, but these books have something magical for readers of all ages. The story of Harry's friendship with Ron and Hermione is beautiful. The themes of love, friendship, and courage are universal. I first read the books as a teenager, and they completely captured my imagination. I also love The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien, a fantastic adventure about a small creature who goes on a great journey. Do you like Harry Potter, Mark?
I absolutely love Harry Potter. I read all 7 books and each one got better. What I love most is how detailed the world is. Rowling created an entire universe with its own rules, history, and magic. The characters feel so real. The friendship between Harry, Ron, and Hermione is one of the most heartwarming things in literature. I also love The Lord of the Rings by Tolkien, a magnificent epic about friendship and the struggle between good and evil. Tolkien basically invented the modern fantasy genre. The world of Middle-earth feels completely real. Great fantasy novels are deeply human stories.
Great fantasy novels are deeply human stories. So true. Now, let's learn vocabulary for describing a book. These words are very useful. A plot is the story, what happens. A character is a person in the story. The setting is the place and time. A theme is the main idea or message. A chapter is a section of the book. The author wrote the book. A narrator tells the story. A sequel is the next book in a series. Mark, can you give some example sentences using these words so our listeners can practice?
Here are natural example sentences. The plot is very exciting. Something surprising happens in each chapter. My favorite character is the main hero. He's brave, kind, and funny. The setting is Paris in the 1920s. The main theme is about finding courage when life is difficult. I finished the last chapter at midnight. I could not put it down. The author writes in a very clear style, which makes the book easy to enjoy. The narrator is a child, which gives a fresh perspective. I loved this book so much, I immediately bought the sequel. Try using these words in your own sentences.
Those example sentences are wonderful. Now let's talk about recommending a book. Some great phrases. You should read this book. It is amazing. I really recommend it. I could not stop reading. This book changed my life. I could not put it down. This means it was too exciting to stop. It's a real page-turner. So exciting you keep turning pages. This book made me laugh and cry. The ending completely surprised me. The writing is beautiful. Mark, can you give some phrases for describing a book you did not enjoy?
Sure, sometimes a book is not right for you, and that's okay. Here are some honest phrases. I did not enjoy this book. It was too slow for me. The characters felt a little flat. Flat means not deep or realistic. I could not connect with the main character. The plot was too complicated to follow. It was not my genre, so maybe that's why I didn't love it. It wasn't the right time for me to read it. I might try again when I'm in the right mood. Being honest about books is perfectly fine. Not every book is for everyone, and that's okay.
It was not the right time for me. I love that phrase. Sometimes we read a book at the wrong time in our lives and it does not connect. But if we read it later, it becomes a favorite. Now let's talk about reading habits. In English, you talk about habits using usually, always, sometimes, and never. For example, I usually read before bed. I always have a book in my bag. I sometimes read on the bus. I never read when I am very tired. Mark, tell our listeners about your reading habits. When and where do you like to read?
I try to read every day, even for 20 minutes. Reading before bed is my favorite habit. It helps me relax and fall asleep. My favorite place to read is in a comfortable armchair by the window with a cup of tea. I also love reading in a park when the weather is nice. I always have a book with me, on my phone as an e-book or a paperback in my bag. I read a mix of fiction and nonfiction throughout the year. I usually read about 20 books per year and track them in a little notebook. What about you, Anna?
I read every night before bed, too. It helps my mind slow down after a busy day much better than looking at a phone. I love reading in cozy places, in bed with a warm blanket, or in a cafe on a rainy afternoon. I prefer physical books because I love turning the pages and the smell of a new book. There is a special word for the smell of old books. It is called bibliosmia. Is that not a wonderful word? Mark, do you prefer ebooks or physical books?
Bibliosmia. I love that word. I enjoyed both formats. Physical books are special. You can write notes in the margins and they look beautiful on a bookshelf. But ebooks are incredibly convenient. I can carry 100 books on my phone and buy one instantly. I use ebooks for travel because physical books are heavy in a suitcase. I also listen to audiobooks when I am cooking or exercising. Audiobooks are books read aloud, fantastic for language learners because you hear correct pronunciation and natural English.
Audiobooks are amazing for language learning. You pick up vocabulary and pronunciation just by listening. Now let's do a quiz. I will describe a famous book, and Mark will guess the title. Listeners, you can try to guess too. Ready? Here is the first one. This book is about a young boy who receives a letter saying he is accepted at a special school for magic. He did not know he was a wizard. He makes two best friends and fights against a powerful, evil enemy. It is a very famous series of 7 books. Mark and listeners, what is it? This book is loved by children and adults all over the world.
That is easy. Harry Potter by J.K. Rowling. The first book is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Almost everyone in the world knows this story. Okay, here's one from me. A young girl falls asleep in a forest and enters a magical underground world. She meets very strange creatures. She plays cards with a queen who shouts, "Off with their heads," at everyone. When she wakes up, it was all a dream. Anna, what is the title? Listeners, think carefully. It was written by a British author in the 1800s and is a beloved classic.
That is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. I love that story. Alice is so brave and curious. Here's one more for our listeners. A poor young woman in 19th century England works as a governess. She falls in love with her employer, a mysterious man named Mr. Rochester. But there is a terrible secret hidden in the house. It is a story of love, independence, and strong moral values. This is one of the most famous novels in English literature. Mark and listeners, what is the title? Take a guess.
Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte. What a magnificent novel. Jane is one of literature's greatest heroines, so independent and self-respecting. The famous line, "Reader, I married him," is one of the most celebrated sentences in English literature. Okay, last quiz question from me. A pilot crashes his plane in the desert and meets a little boy from a tiny planet in space. The boy asks deep and simple questions about love and friendship. The book has beautiful, simple drawings. Anna, what is it?
The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, one of the most beautiful books ever written. It is the most translated book in history after the Bible. The most famous line is, "What is essential is invisible to the eye." The most important things, like love and friendship, cannot be seen, only felt in your heart. It sounds like a children's book, but is full of deep wisdom for adults. I first read it at school and did not fully understand it. I read it as an adult and cried. That is the sign of a truly great book. Mark, have you cried reading a book?
Yes, I have cried reading books. Crying means the author really connected with your emotions. The book that made me cry most was The Road by Cormac McCarthy, about a father and son surviving in a destroyed world. The love between them is overwhelming to read. I also cried at Of Mice and Men by John Steinbeck, a short but devastating novel about friendship and broken dreams. And I always get emotional at Charlotte's Web, a beautiful children's book about a spider who saves her friend. Truly heartbreaking. Anna, have you cried reading a book?
Yes, books make me cry more than films. A Little Life by Hanya Yanagihara made me cry the most. It is a very emotional novel about 4 friends in New York City.
One of them has a very difficult and painful life. I also cried reading The Kite Runner by Khaled Hosseini about friendship, guilt, and redemption set in Afghanistan. And I always cry at Bridge to Terabithia, a children's novel about two best friends. Books that make you feel deeply are the ones you remember forever. Mark, what book has made you laugh the most?
Three Men in a Boat by Jerome K. Jerome makes me laugh the most. It's a comic novel from 1889 about three friends and a dog on a boat trip. Everything goes wrong in the funniest way. The writing is brilliantly witty and still feels modern. I also love Terry Pratchett's Discworld series, hilarious fantasy novels set on a flat world carried through space on a giant turtle. And The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe by Douglas Adams, a hilarious story about a man who accidentally travels across the universe. Incredibly funny.
Now let's talk about children's books. Great children's books teach kids about empathy, courage, and imagination. They are also wonderful for adult English learners because the vocabulary is clear and simple. My favorite children's book is The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle, a picture book about a caterpillar who eats lots of food and eventually becomes a beautiful butterfly. A beautiful message about growth. I also love Matilda by Roald Dahl, a story about a brilliant girl with magical powers who loves reading. Mark, what are your favorite children's books?
Children's books are magical. My favorite is Where the Wild Things Are, a picture book about a naughty boy named Max who travels in his imagination to a land of wild monsters, but he misses home and returns. It's about imagination, home, and love. I also love all of Roald Dahl's books. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, James and the Giant Peach, The BFG, and Fantastic Mr. Fox are all brilliant. Dahl wrote stories that are exciting, funny, and slightly dark, perfect for children and adults alike. Reading Dahl in English is great practice.
Roald Dahl is absolutely a genius. Now let's talk about something practical, how reading in English can improve your skills. When you read in English, you see new vocabulary in real sentences. You learn grammar naturally, you improve your spelling, and absorb different writing styles. For beginners, I recommend starting with graded readers, books simplified to different difficulty levels like A1, A2, or B1. They are perfect for building reading confidence gradually. Mark, can you give some more tips on reading in English as a language learner?
Here are my top tips for reading in English. First, start easy. Choose books below your level so you enjoy the experience. A book you enjoy is better than a difficult one you put down. Second, when you find a new word, guess the meaning from context before checking a dictionary. Third, read a little every day. Even 10 minutes is enough. Fourth, keep a vocabulary notebook for interesting new words. Fifth, try reading a book you already know in your language. The familiar story helps your brain fill in gaps. Happy reading, everyone!
Those are fantastic tips. Starting easy is so important. Many learners choose difficult books and feel discouraged. Now let's talk about more book genres. Romance, stories about love. Thriller, exciting stories full of danger. Horror, scary stories. Science fiction, stories about the future or space. Biography, the real-life story of a famous person. Travel writing, books about journeys in different places. Self-help, books with advice for improving your life. Mark, which genres do you read the most?
I read mostly literary fiction and nonfiction. For nonfiction, I love books about history, science, and psychology. My favorites include Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari, a fascinating history of humanity, and Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, which explains how our brains work. I also love The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, about mindfulness. For fiction, I love beautiful language and interesting ideas. I prefer slower, more thoughtful books, but every genre has value. The most important thing is to find what you love and read it.
Sapiens is incredible. I love nonfiction that feels like reading a great story. Now let's talk about famous authors English learners should know. William Shakespeare is the most famous writer in English. He wrote plays and poems in the 1500s and 1600s. Charles Dickens wrote wonderful novels about Victorian England, like Oliver Twist. Jane Austen wrote beautiful novels about society and romance, like Pride and Prejudice. Ernest Hemingway wrote short, powerful sentences about war and love. Mark, which author would you recommend to an English learner?
I strongly recommend George Orwell to any English learner. Orwell is famous for Animal Farm and 1984. Animal Farm is about farm animals who take over their farm, but it is really about political power and how it can corrupt. It is short, easy to read, and very powerful. 1984 is about a future society where the government controls everything, including thoughts. Orwell's English is clear, precise, and beautiful. Reading Orwell will improve your writing and thinking. Start with Animal Farm. I highly recommend it.
George Orwell is such an important author. Animal Farm is perfect for English learners, short, clear, and unforgettable. Now let's talk about book clubs, groups of people who read the same book and meet to discuss it. Useful phrases: I am in a book club. We meet once a month. This month we are reading. I really enjoyed this book. I disagreed with the main character. My favorite part was when... Book clubs are wonderful for sharing ideas and practicing English speaking skills. Mark, have you ever been in a book club?
Yes, I was in a book club for 3 years and loved it. We had 8 people and met at someone's home every month. One person chose the book, then we all discussed it over dinner. It was wonderful. Everyone had different opinions about the same story. We read Gone Girl, Normal People, Pachinko, and many others. I learned so much about other people's perspectives and how to express opinions clearly. I would recommend a book club to anyone who loves reading. It makes reading a social and enjoyable activity.
A book club sounds wonderful. Now let's practice phrases for talking about books. To recommend a book, you have to read this. This is one of the best books I have read. I think you would love this. The writing is beautiful. The story stays with you. To ask someone about a book, what is it about? Who is the main character? Is it part of a series? Is it easy to read? Did you enjoy it? Mark, can you show how to use these phrases in a natural, short conversation?
Hey, what are you reading? I just finished The Midnight Library by Matt Haig. You have to read it.
What is it about?
A woman discovers a library between life and death. Each book shows a different version of her life.
That sounds amazing. Is it easy to read?
Yes, very. The writing is beautiful and the story stays with you. Is it part of a series?
No, just one book.
Is it available as an ebook?
Yes, I think you will love it. It makes you think about your own choices.
Very natural book conversation.
That conversation is perfect. The Midnight Library is a wonderful recommendation. I love books that make you think about your own life. Now I want to talk about something very interesting: how books can change your life. A good book can teach you things, change how you see the world, help you understand other people, and even inspire you to make important changes. Have you ever read a book that genuinely changed your life, Mark? I think this is a beautiful question for our listeners to think about too. What book has changed how you see things or how you live?
Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl completely changed my perspective on life. Viktor Frankl survived Nazi concentration camps and wrote about finding meaning even in terrible suffering. The book teaches that we cannot control everything that happens, but we can always choose how we respond. That idea changed how I handle difficulties. I also love Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, personal thoughts about discipline, kindness, and living a good life. Written nearly 2,000 years ago, but completely relevant today. Books can truly transform you.
Now let's give our listeners some final tips. Tip 1, make reading a daily habit. Even 10 minutes is enough. Tip 2, choose books you genuinely enjoy. Tip 3, use a dictionary app, but try to guess the meaning first. Tip 4, talk about what you read. Tell a friend or write a short review. Talking about books helps you remember them. Tip 5, do not give up on a book too quickly. Sometimes a story needs a few chapters to become interesting. But if you truly dislike a book, it is okay to stop. Life is too short for bad books. Mark, any final tips?
Great tips. Here are a few more. Tip 6. Reread a book you loved as a child. You will often discover a completely different meaning as an adult. Tip 7. Read books about places you want to visit. Tip 8. Follow authors online or read interviews. It adds a personal connection to their books. Tip 9. Visit a library or secondhand bookshop. Wonderful places full of treasure. Tip 10. Trust your own taste. Some love classics, some love modern fiction, some love graphic novels. All reading is valuable. The best book is the one you want to pick up. Happy reading!
What a wonderful episode! I hope our listeners feel excited about reading after today. A final summary, we discussed favorite books and authors from The Alchemist to Shakespeare and Orwell. We talked about genres, fiction, mystery, fantasy, romance, and more. We learned book vocabulary, plot, character, setting, theme. We practiced phrases for recommending books. We did a fun quiz and talked about books that made us cry, laugh, and think. Thank you for listening. Books are windows to the world. Keep reading, keep learning, and keep growing. See you next time.
Thank you so much, Anna, and a huge thank you to every listener today. Books are truly one of life's greatest gifts. They cost very little or nothing at a library, but they give you so much. New worlds, new ideas, and new understanding of yourself and others. If you are learning English, books are one of your most powerful tools. Start with something simple and enjoyable. Read a little every day and watch your English grow. Share your favorite books with a friend learning English. It is a wonderful conversation starter. Take great care of yourselves. Keep reading, and goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you're here with us today. This podcast is for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really delicious topic. We are going to talk about food. Food is one of the best topics in English because we talk about it every single day. What do you like to eat? What is your favorite meal? Do you cook at home? These are all questions you will hear and use constantly. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark loves food just as much as I do. Mark, say hello and tell us, are you hungry right now?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our amazing listeners. Yes, I am always a little hungry when we talk about food. Today's topic is one of my absolute favorites, talking about food. Food is such a great topic for English learners because the vocabulary is very practical. You use it every day, at home, at restaurants, at the supermarket, and when you talk with friends. Anna and I are going to share our favorite foods, talk about meals and cooking, and give you lots of useful words and phrases. By the end of this episode, you will be able to talk about food in English easily and naturally. So let's get started. I am ready to eat. Learn.
Okay, so let's start with the most basic and important question. What is your favorite food? This is one of the first questions people ask when they meet someone new. It is a great conversation starter. In English, you can ask it in a few different ways. What is your favorite food? Or what do you like to eat? Or what is your favorite meal? All of these mean the same thing. And to answer, you can say, my favorite food is pizza. I love sushi. I really enjoy pasta. Simple and natural. Mark, what is your favorite food? Tell our listeners, and please make it sound delicious so we all get hungry.
Okay, my absolute favorite food is pizza. I know. It's a very popular answer, but I genuinely love it. My favorite type of pizza is margarita. Simple tomato sauce, mozzarella cheese, and fresh basil leaves. It sounds simple, but when it is made well, it is absolutely amazing. I also love Japanese food a lot, especially ramen, a hot noodle soup with broth, eggs, and different toppings. And I love tacos, a Mexican dish with meat, vegetables, cheese, and salsa inside a tortilla. I think my perfect day of eating would be ramen for lunch, tacos for dinner, and pizza as a late-night snack. What about you, Anna?
Oh, I love all of those. Pizza, ramen, tacos, great choices. My absolute favorite food is sushi. I love how it is both simple and beautiful at the same time. My favorite type is salmon sashimi. That is just fresh, raw salmon sliced thinly. I also really love pasta, especially carbonara. That's pasta with eggs, cheese, and pancetta, which is Italian bacon. And I have a big sweet tooth. That means I love sweet things. So desserts are very important to me. My favorite dessert is tiramisu, which is an Italian dessert made with coffee, cream, and ladyfinger biscuits. It's incredible. Mark, do you have a sweet tooth too?
Yes, definitely. I have a very strong sweet tooth. My favorite dessert is chocolate lava cake, a small, warm chocolate cake with soft, melted chocolate inside. When you cut it open, the chocolate flows out like lava from a volcano. It is absolutely delicious. I also love ice cream. My favorite flavor is vanilla. It sounds simple, but good quality vanilla ice cream is wonderful. I also enjoy mango sorbet, which is a light frozen dessert without cream. It's very refreshing, especially in summer. And I love chocolate in general. Dark chocolate is my favorite. I think if I could only eat one sweet thing forever, it would be a really good piece of dark chocolate. What is your favorite chocolate, Anna?
Oh, dark chocolate is so good. I personally prefer milk chocolate. It is sweeter and creamier, but I love all chocolate, honestly. Now, let's talk about meals. In English, we talk about three main meals in a day. Breakfast, the first meal of the day and the morning. Lunch, the meal in the middle of the day. And dinner, the evening meal, usually the largest. Some people also eat a snack between meals, a small amount of food to keep you going. Mark, what do you usually eat for breakfast? I think breakfast habits are very different from country to country, so this is always an interesting conversation.
Breakfast is my favorite meal of the day. I love a good, big breakfast. My usual breakfast is scrambled eggs on toast with avocado. I add a little salt, pepper, and sometimes chili flakes for a spicy kick. I always drink coffee in the morning. I cannot function without my morning coffee. On weekends, I make a bigger breakfast. I love making pancakes with maple syrup and fresh berries, blueberries or strawberries. Sometimes I also make a smoothie with banana, spinach, and almond milk. It sounds unusual, but it is really delicious and very healthy. A good breakfast gives me energy for the whole day. Anna, what do you usually eat for breakfast?
I love your breakfast routine. Scrambled eggs and avocado toast sounds amazing. My breakfast is usually lighter. During the week, I eat yogurt with granola and fresh fruit, usually berries or sliced banana. I also drink tea in the morning, not coffee. I prefer green tea because it is light and healthy. On weekends, I love making a full breakfast too. My favorite weekend breakfast is French toast. That is bread dipped in egg and milk, then cooked in a pan until golden brown and served with honey and fruit. It is sweet and satisfying. I also love freshly squeezed orange juice on weekends. It feels like a little luxury. Mark, what do you eat for lunch?
For lunch, I usually eat something quick because I'm often busy during the day. My typical weekday lunch is a salad, usually a big mixed salad with lettuce, tomatoes, cucumber, olives, and feta cheese with olive oil and lemon dressing. Or I make a sandwich. My favorite is a chicken and avocado sandwich on whole grain bread. I also love soup for lunch, especially on cold days. A bowl of tomato soup with crusty bread is perfect in winter. On weekends, lunch becomes more relaxed and special. I love going to a restaurant with friends for a long, leisurely lunch. My favorite restaurant lunch is a good burger with sweet potato fries. Simple, but so satisfying. Anna, what about you?
A chicken and avocado sandwich sounds so good right now. For lunch, I usually have something simple too. I love eating leftovers from the night before. I think reheated food sometimes tastes even better.
I also love a good bowl of noodles for lunch. My favorite is a Vietnamese-style pho, a clear broth noodle soup with herbs and vegetables. It is light but filling. I also enjoy a simple rice bowl, rice with grilled vegetables and a fried egg on top. It's cheap, easy, and delicious. On weekends, I love brunch, a meal between breakfast and lunch. Brunch is very popular now. My favorite brunch food is Eggs Benedict, poached eggs on toasted English muffin with hollandaise sauce. Incredible.
Eggs Benedict is one of the best brunch dishes ever. I completely agree. Now let's talk about dinner. Dinner is my favorite meal because I have more time to cook in the evening and I can really enjoy the food. My favorite dinner to cook at home is pasta. I make a homemade tomato sauce with garlic, onions, and fresh basil. It takes about 30 minutes and it tastes incredible. I also love making stir-fry, a quick Asian-style dish where you cook vegetables and meat together in a very hot pan with soy sauce and ginger. It is fast, healthy, and delicious. When I don't feel like cooking, I order Thai food, my favorite takeaway. Mark, what do you usually cook for dinner?
Wait, I'm Anna. But yes, let me tell our listeners about my favorite dinner. I love making big salads for dinner in summer. My favorite is a Greek salad. Tomatoes, cucumbers, olives, red onion, and feta cheese with olive oil. So fresh and satisfying. In winter, I love making soups and stews. My favorite is lentil soup. Lentils cooked with onions, garlic, cumin, and tomatoes. It is very warming and healthy. I also love making homemade pizza on Friday evenings. I make the dough from scratch and add all my favorite toppings. It's a really fun cooking activity. And sometimes I just want something simple, like scrambled eggs and toast. Quick, easy, and always good. Mark, do you like cooking?
I do love cooking. I think cooking is a wonderful skill and a really relaxing activity. When I cook, I feel creative and happy. My favorite thing to cook is a Sunday roast, a traditional British meal with roasted chicken, roasted potatoes, vegetables, and gravy. It takes a few hours, but the result is so worth it. I also enjoy baking. My favorite thing to bake is banana bread. It's moist, sweet, and smells incredible when it comes out of the oven. I started baking during a holiday at home, and I discovered I really enjoy it. Cooking and baking are also great ways to practice English because recipes are written in clear, simple language. Anna, what is your favorite thing to cook?
I love that you bake banana bread. That is one of my favorites, too. My favorite thing to cook is definitely pasta. I make a simple garlic and olive oil pasta called aglio e olio. It's Italian and it's incredible. Just garlic, olive oil, chili, and pasta. 5 ingredients, 15 minutes, and it tastes like a restaurant meal. I also love making curries. I make a butternut squash curry with coconut milk that my friends always ask me to make for them. It makes me feel good when people enjoy my food. I also bake occasionally. My favorite thing to bake is chocolate chip cookies. They're warm, soft, and perfect with a glass of cold milk. Who can say no to a warm cookie?
Nobody can say no to a warm cookie. Now let's talk about different types of food from around the world. One of the best things about food is that every country has its own amazing dishes and flavors. Italian food is very popular worldwide. Pizza, pasta, risotto, gelato. Japanese food is also incredibly popular. Sushi, ramen, tempura, miso soup. Mexican food is loved everywhere. Tacos, burritos, guacamole, enchiladas. And Indian food is amazing. Curry, biryani, naan bread, samosa. I love trying food from different countries. It's like traveling without leaving your city. Anna, which international cuisine is your absolute favorite?
That is such a hard question because I love so many. But if I have to choose just one, I would say Japanese food. I love how Japanese cuisine focuses on freshness, quality, and simplicity. Every ingredient is important and treated with respect. My favorites are sushi, miso soup, edamame, those are boiled soybeans with salt, and Japanese ramen. I also love Thai food. The combination of sweet, sour, salty, and spicy flavors in Thai cooking is incredible. My favorite Thai dish is pad Thai, fried noodles with egg, tofu, or shrimp, bean sprouts, and peanuts. It is so flavorful. And I love the street food culture in Asian countries. Simple food made with love and skill is always the best. Mark, which cuisine?
If I have to choose, I would say Italian food is my number one. The reason is simple. Italian food makes me happy every single time. There is something incredibly comforting about a bowl of pasta or a slice of pizza. Italian food uses simple, high-quality ingredients and lets them shine. I love that about it. But my second favorite is definitely Indian food. The spices in Indian cooking are incredible. Cumin, turmeric, coriander, cardamom, garam masala. A good chicken tikka masala or a slow-cooked lamb biryani is one of the most satisfying meals you can eat. I also love Indian street food. Samosas and chaat are fantastic. The world of food is so rich and exciting. Anna, do you like spicy food?
I love spicy food. I grew up eating quite spicy food at home, so I have a high tolerance for spice. My favorite spicy dish is Korean kimchi jjigae. That is a kimchi stew with tofu and pork. It is very spicy, very flavorful, and incredibly warming. I also love Thai basil chicken with plenty of fresh chilies. When I eat very spicy food, I always have a glass of cold milk nearby because milk helps cool down the burning feeling. Water actually does not help much with spice. Milk is much more effective. For beginners with spicy food, I always recommend starting with mild dishes and gradually increasing the heat. Your taste buds will adapt over time.
Your taste buds will adapt. Great advice. Taste buds are the small parts on your tongue that help you taste food. Now let's talk about healthy food versus unhealthy food, because this is a topic people discuss a lot. In English, we say food is healthy if it is good for your body, like vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and lean protein. We say food is unhealthy or junk food if it has too much sugar, fat, or salt, like chips, fast food, and candy. Mark, do you try to eat healthfully? Do you have a balance between healthy and unhealthy food in your diet? I definitely try to eat healthily most of the time, but I also believe in balance. I do not believe in being too strict or cutting out all treats. That makes eating less enjoyable. My diet is probably about 70% healthy and 30% treats and indulgences. During the week, I eat a lot of vegetables, fruits, lean proteins like chicken and fish, and whole grains like brown rice and oats. I drink a lot of water and green tea. But on weekends, I allow myself to enjoy whatever I want. A pizza, a burger, a big dessert. I think of it as a reward for eating well all week. The key is balance and not feeling guilty about enjoying food. Anna, how about you?
I completely agree with the balance approach. I eat very healthily during the week. My diet includes lots of vegetables, legumes, those are beans and lentils, fruits, and whole grains. I don't eat much meat, but I eat fish and eggs regularly. I love how energetic and clear-headed I feel when I eat well. But on weekends and special occasions, I absolutely enjoy treats without any guilt. Life is too short to never eat cake. My biggest weakness is cheese. I could eat cheese every day and never get bored. I love all types of cheese: brie, cheddar, parmesan, halloumi, feta. Is there a food you could eat every day without getting bored, Mark?
Without a doubt, pasta. I could eat pasta every day. There are so many different types of pasta and so many different sauces that you never get bored. Spaghetti, penne, rigatoni, farfalle, linguine, tagliatelle. Each shape holds sauce differently and creates a different eating experience. And the sauces, tomato, carbonara, pesto, arrabbiata, amatriciana, alfredo, the combinations are almost endless. I also think I could eat eggs every day. Scrambled, fried, poached, boiled, in an omelet. Eggs are incredibly versatile. They're also very nutritious and affordable. A good egg is one of the best things in the world. Anna, if you could only eat one food forever, what would it be?
That is such a fun and difficult question. If I could only eat one food forever, I think I would choose sushi. Here is my reasoning. Sushi has variety within itself. You can have salmon, tuna, shrimp, vegetable rolls, different types of rice, miso soup on the side. So technically it is many foods, but all under the umbrella of sushi. I know that is a bit of a cheat answer. Honestly, if I have to pick just one thing, it would probably be a really good bowl of pasta with homemade tomato sauce. It is simple, satisfying, and makes me feel happy every time I eat it. Food that makes you feel good is the best food. Mark, what would yours be?
My answer is ramen. A really perfect bowl of ramen has everything. A rich, flavorful broth that takes hours to make, perfectly cooked noodles, a soft-boiled egg with a runny yolk, tender slices of pork, bamboo shoots, spring onions, and nori seaweed. It is a complete meal in a bowl. Every component is carefully prepared, and when it all comes together, it is absolutely extraordinary. I've eaten ramen in Japan, and the difference between authentic Japanese ramen and imitation ramen is incredible. Real ramen is a work of art. I think great food, like great art, is made with patience, skill, and love. Now I am genuinely very hungry. Let's talk about favorite restaurants next.
Ramen sounds incredible right now. Yes, let's talk about restaurants. Going to a restaurant is one of my favorite activities. I love the whole experience, choosing what to eat, the atmosphere, sharing food with friends or family. My absolute favorite type of restaurant is a small, family-run Italian place. The kind where the chef is also the owner, the portions are generous, and the food is made with love using family recipes. I love restaurants where you feel like a guest in someone's home, not just a customer. My favorite thing to order at a restaurant is usually fresh pasta, something I could make at home, but it just tastes better when someone else makes it. Mark, what is your ideal restaurant experience?
My ideal restaurant experience is very similar to yours. I love small, cozy, authentic places. The atmosphere matters so much. Warm lighting, comfortable seats, friendly staff, and the smell of good food cooking. My favorite type of restaurant is a small Japanese ramen shop, the kind where there are only about 10 seats, the chef is working right in front of you, and everything is focused on making the perfect bowl. I also love tapas restaurants. That's the Spanish style, where you order many small dishes to share. It is a very social and fun way to eat. "Let's get tapas" is one of my favorite sentences. Sharing lots of different dishes at the table makes a meal feel like a celebration. Anna, do you prefer to eat in or take away?
I definitely prefer eating in at a restaurant. I love the full experience. But I also enjoy takeaway food at home, especially on cozy evenings. My favorite takeaway is Thai food. A good green curry or pad Thai delivered to my door while I watch a film is pure happiness. I also love ordering sushi for takeaway. It feels like a little treat. In English, we have some great phrases for ordering takeaway. "Can I place an order for delivery, please? I would like one large pepperoni pizza. What is your delivery time? Can I add extra sauce? Is there a minimum order amount?" These are all very useful phrases if you want to order food in English. Mark, what is your favorite takeaway?
My favorite takeaway is definitely Indian food. A good curry, rich, fragrant, perfectly spiced, with fluffy naan bread and basmati rice is one of life's greatest pleasures when delivered to your door. My usual order is chicken tikka masala with garlic naan and a side of saag aloo. That's a potato and spinach curry. Absolutely delicious. I also love ordering pizza for takeaway, a classic choice that is always satisfying. And sometimes a simple burger and fries from a good local place is all you need. I think takeaway food has improved so much in recent years. You can order incredible food from almost any cuisine from your phone in minutes. The future of food delivery is very exciting. Anna, do you cook much at home?
I cook at home quite a lot, actually. I find cooking very relaxing and creative. During the week, I cook simple, quick meals, things I can prepare in 20 to 30 minutes. My weekday staples, things I cook regularly, include pasta with different sauces, vegetable stir-fry with tofu, rice balls, soups, and big salads. On weekends, I love spending more time in the kitchen and trying new recipes. I recently made a Moroccan tagine, a slow-cooked stew with vegetables, chickpeas, and warming spices like cinnamon and cumin. It was incredible. I also bake on weekends. Cookies, banana bread, sometimes a whole cake. Cooking for other people and seeing them enjoy the food is one of my favorite feelings. Mark, how often do you cook?
I cook most days during the week. I find that cooking at home is much healthier and much cheaper than eating out every day. My weekly meal plan usually includes pasta twice a week, a stir-fry, a soup or stew, and a grain bowl with roasted vegetables. On Sundays, I make something more special and time-consuming, like a roast chicken or a slow-cooked beef stew. I also meal prep on Sundays. This means I prepare food in advance for the whole week. I might cook a big pot of rice, roast some vegetables, and prepare a protein like chicken or eggs. So during the week, I can just assemble quick meals. Meal prep is a great habit and saves a lot of time and money. Do you meal prep, Anna?
I try to meal prep sometimes, but I am not very consistent. I usually make a big pot of soup or lentils on Sunday to last through the week. I also keep my fridge stocked with ready-to-eat vegetables, boiled eggs, and cooked grains so I can quickly make meals. But I sometimes prefer to cook fresh each evening because I enjoy the process. Now let's talk about food vocabulary. As English learners, knowing food words is really important. Let's go through some keywords. An ingredient is something you use to make a dish. A recipe is the instructions for how to make a dish. To chop means to cut into small pieces. To boil means to cook in hot water. To fry means to cook in oil. Mark, can you add more cooking verbs?
Of course, more important cooking verbs for our listeners. To bake, to cook in an oven like bread or a cake. To roast, to cook in a hot oven like vegetables or meat. To grill, to cook over direct heat like on a barbecue or grill pan. To steam, to cook using hot steam, very healthy because it keeps nutrients. To simmer, to cook slowly in liquid over low heat. To stir, to mix food around in a pan. To peel, to remove the skin of a vegetable or fruit. To slice, to cut into thin pieces. To mix, to combine ingredients together. To season, to add salt, pepper, or spices for flavor. These verbs are very useful if you want to read and follow recipes in English.
Those cooking verbs are so useful. Now let's talk about describing food. When you talk about food, you need adjectives, describing words, to explain how it tastes or feels. Here are some important ones. Delicious, very good to eat. Tasty, pleasant to eat. Sweet, has a lot of sugar like candy or cake. Salty, has a lot of salt. Spicy, has a hot, burning flavor from chili. Sour has a sharp, acidic taste, like lemon. Bitter has a strong, not sweet taste, like dark coffee. Creamy, smooth and rich, like cheese sauce. Crunchy makes a crispy sound when you bite it. Fresh, recently made or recently picked. Mark, can you give example sentences using these adjectives?
Sure. Here are natural example sentences with food adjectives. This pasta is absolutely delicious. The sauce is so rich and flavorful. The sushi was very fresh. You could taste the quality of the fish. I love how crunchy the salad is. The fresh vegetables are perfect. This curry is quite spicy. I need some water. The lemon cheesecake was very sour, but in a great way, refreshing and light. This dark chocolate is slightly bitter, but very sophisticated. The soup was beautifully creamy. I think they added coconut milk. The bread is warm and soft. It just came out of the oven. Using these adjectives will make your food conversations much more interesting and natural. Describing food well makes people want to eat what you are talking about.
Those example sentences are perfect. Describing food with adjectives makes conversations so much more interesting. Now let's talk about food and culture, because food is deeply connected to culture and tradition. In many cultures, special foods are eaten during celebrations and festivals. For example, in Turkey, baklava, a very sweet pastry with nuts and honey, is made for special occasions. In Japan, mochi, a sweet rice cake, is eaten during the New Year. In England, hot cross buns are eaten at Easter. In Mexico, tamales are made for Christmas. Food connects us to our history and our families. Mark, are there special foods connected to important days or celebrations in your culture?
Food and tradition are so deeply connected. In my family, Sunday lunch was always a very important ritual. My grandmother would make a big pot of beef stew every Sunday, and the whole family would gather around the table. That stew was one of my most powerful food memories. The smell of it cooking made the whole house feel warm and welcoming. I also think of birthday cakes. In my culture, every birthday must have a cake with candles. And Christmas is all about special foods: roast turkey, stuffing, roast potatoes, Brussels sprouts, and Christmas pudding. Food brings people together in a way that almost nothing else can. A shared meal is one of the most human and universal experiences. Anna, what food memories do you have?
Food memories are so powerful. The smell of a familiar food can take you straight back to a moment in your childhood. My strongest food memory is my grandmother's soup. She made a simple vegetable soup with homemade bread every winter, and eating it felt like the warmest, safest feeling in the world. I still try to recreate it sometimes, and while it is good, it never quite tastes the same as hers did. I think food always tastes better when it is made with love by someone you love. Another strong memory is eating fresh fruit from the garden, strawberries still warm from the sun in summer. Nothing from a shop ever tastes as good as fruit you pick yourself. Mark, what is your strongest food memory?
My strongest food memory is from a trip to Naples, Italy when I was about 20 years old. I ate a margarita pizza at a small local pizzeria, and it was the best thing I had ever tasted in my life. The dough was thin and charred at the edges, the tomato sauce was bright and fresh, and the mozzarella was soft and melted perfectly. I remember sitting outside in the warm evening, eating that pizza and thinking, this is what food is supposed to taste like. That experience changed how I thought about food. It showed me that simple, high-quality ingredients made with skill and love are always better than complicated dishes with many ingredients. That pizza started my real love of food. It's a beautiful memory.
That Naples pizza story is so romantic and beautiful. Simple food made perfectly. That is the best. Now let's do a fun quiz section for our listeners. I will ask Mark some questions about food, and he will answer. And listeners, you can think about your own answers too. Ready? First question. Mark, if you could have dinner with any famous person in the world, and you could choose the restaurant and the meal, what would you choose? Take a moment to think about this one, listeners. Who would you want to have dinner with? Where would you go? What would you eat? These are great conversation questions to practice with a friend in English.
Oh, what a fun question. I would choose to have dinner with Anthony Bourdain, the late American chef, author, and travel show host. He was one of the most interesting people in the world when it came to food and culture. I would take him to a tiny local ramen shop in Tokyo, Japan. We would both have the chef's special ramen, the most authentic, carefully made bowl possible. I would ask him about all the most incredible food experiences of his life, all the places he visited, and what he believes food means to people. I think the conversation would be as nourishing as the meal. Anthony Bourdain believed food connects people across cultures, and I completely agree with that philosophy. Anna, who would you choose?
What a wonderful answer. Anthony Bourdain was truly a remarkable person. I would choose to have dinner with Julia Child, the famous American chef who taught Americans how to cook French food and made cooking fun and accessible for everyone. I would take her to a classic French bistro in Paris, and we would eat the full traditional French menu: onion soup, duck confit, croissants, and crème brûlée for dessert. Julia Child was famous for her joyful, enthusiastic attitude towards food and cooking. She believed everyone could cook, and that mistakes in the kitchen are part of the fun. I think having dinner with her would be the most delicious and joyful experience imaginable. She's one of my heroes. Okay, next quiz question for you, Mark.
Ready. Give me another question, Anna. I am enjoying this food quiz very much, and I love your choice of Julia Child. She was an icon.
By the way, listeners, if you want to practice your English with food topics, I highly recommend watching cooking shows in English. Programs like MasterChef, The Great British Bake Off, or old episodes of Julia Child, the French chef, are fantastic for learning food vocabulary in a natural, entertaining context. You pick up so many words and phrases without even trying. You hear real conversations about cooking techniques, ingredients, and flavors. It is a very enjoyable way to study English. Okay, Anna, next question, please. I am ready.
Okay, next quiz question. Mark, what is the most unusual or strange food you have ever tried? Did you like it? I think this question is so interesting because different cultures eat very different things, and what seems unusual to one person is completely normal to another. For our listeners, think about the most unusual food you have ever eaten. Was it something from another country? Something a family member cooked? An experiment in your own kitchen? Talking about food experiences like this is a great way to practice past tense in English. I tried, I ate, I tasted, I didn't like it, it was interesting. Use these phrases to tell your own food story.
What a great question. The most unusual food I ever tried was raw sea urchin called uni in Japanese when I visited a sushi restaurant in Osaka, Japan. Sea urchin is a spiky ocean creature, and you eat the soft orange inside part. I was very nervous to try it. The texture is soft and creamy, and the taste is intensely like the ocean, very strong, very salty, and a little sweet. I did not love it the first time, but I tried it again, and by the third time I actually started to enjoy it. I think unusual foods often require a few tries before you appreciate them. My advice? Always try new foods at least twice. Your first reaction is often just surprise, not dislike. Anna, what about you?
Sea urchin is so interesting. I have tried it once, and I thought the flavor was very powerful. The most unusual food I have ever tried was balut. It is a fertilized duck egg, boiled and eaten as street food in the Philippines and Vietnam. I tried it in Vietnam on a food tour. I was very nervous, but I wanted to be adventurous. It has a unique flavor, rich, savory, and quite strong. I did not love it, but I'm so glad I tried it. I believe in trying all kinds of foods at least once. Being adventurous with food makes your life and your travel experiences so much richer. And when you try local food in another country, people appreciate that you are respecting their culture. Food is cultural connection. Mark, last quiz question.
I love that attitude, Anna. Try everything at least once. And you're absolutely right that eating local food is a sign of cultural respect. Okay, last question for me. Actually, let me ask you the last question this time. Anna, if you had to give one piece of food advice to our listeners, one tip that would make their eating life better, what would it be? And listeners, think about this too. What food wisdom would you share? What is the one food rule or habit that has made your life better? This is also a great speaking practice, giving advice in English. You can say, my advice is, or I recommend, or you should try. These phrases are very useful.
Oh, I love that you turned it around on me. My one piece of food advice is simple. Cook more at home. I know it sounds basic, but cooking your own food changes everything. When you cook, you know exactly what ingredients are in your food. You save money, you can make things exactly how you like them, you develop a wonderful skill that makes you more independent and creative. And the process of cooking is genuinely relaxing and satisfying. Even simple home cooking, a bowl of pasta, a plate of eggs, a homemade soup, is usually healthier, cheaper, and more satisfying than buying ready-made food. Start with simple recipes. Watch tutorials online. Make mistakes and laugh about them. Cooking is a gift you give yourself. What is your food advice, Mark?
My food advice is be curious and brave with food. Try new things regularly. Visit a restaurant that serves cuisine you have never tried before. Buy one unfamiliar ingredient at the supermarket each week and look up a recipe for it. Order the dish on the menu that you do not recognize. Ask a colleague or friend from a different country what their favorite food is and try to make it or find it. Food curiosity makes life so much richer, more interesting, and more connected. Every new food experience is an adventure. And as a bonus, being curious about food gives you amazing conversation material. You will always have something interesting to talk about. Food connects peoples, cultures, and memories in the most beautiful way. Anna, shall we wrap up?
Yes, let's wrap up this wonderful, delicious episode. I want to give a final summary of everything we talked about today. We discussed our favorite foods, pizza, sushi, ramen, pasta, and so much more. We talked about breakfast, lunch, and dinner habits. We covered different world cuisines: Italian, Japanese, Mexican, Indian, Thai. We talked about healthy eating and balance. We learned cooking vocabulary, verbs like bake, fry, roast, and simmer. We practiced food adjectives: delicious, creamy, crunchy, spicy. We shared food memories and did a fun quiz, and we gave food advice. Thank you so much to every listener who joined us today. I hope this episode made you hungry, happy, and a little more confident talking about food in English. See you next time.
What an absolutely delicious episode this has been. Thank you so much, Anna. You are the best co-host and food conversation partner anyone could ask for. And a huge thank you to every wonderful listener who spent this time with us. Food is one of the most universal topics in the world. Everyone eats, everyone has favorites, everyone has memories connected to food. Talking about food in English is something you can practice every single day. At home, at restaurants, at the supermarket, with friends. Use the vocabulary and phrases from today's episode. Talk about your favorite foods, describe how they taste, share your food memories. The more you use English to talk about real, everyday topics like food, the faster and more naturally it will come. Take great care, eat well, and goodbye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here today. Today's topic is one of my favorite topics, summer. I love summer so much. The warm weather, the long days, the holidays, everything about summer makes me happy. Summer is a great topic to talk about in English because there are so many simple and fun words to learn. Whether you love hot weather or prefer something cooler, I think you will enjoy today's conversation. My friend Mark is here with me again. Mark, are you excited about today's topic? I cannot wait to hear what you think about summer.
Hello, everyone. I am so glad to be here. My name is Mark, and yes, I am very excited about today's topic. Summer is such a wonderful season. It is the time for holidays, sunshine, ice cream, and spending time with friends and family. In this podcast, Anna and I will talk about everything related to summer: the weather, activities, food, travel, and more. We will use simple English so it is easy for everyone to follow along. Even if you are just starting to learn English, don't worry, we will speak slowly and clearly. I hope this conversation helps you learn new words and feel more confident in English. Let's begin.
Mark, let me start with a simple question. What is your favorite thing about summer? For me, it is definitely the sunshine. I love waking up in the morning and seeing a bright blue sky. In winter, the days are short and gray, but in summer, the sun rises early and sets late. There is so much light. I feel so much happier and more energetic in summer. The warm weather also makes me want to go outside and be active. I love walking in the park, sitting in a cafe outside, or just reading a book in the garden. Sunshine really changes my mood completely. What about you, Mark?
Anna, I love the sunshine too, but my favorite thing about summer is the long evenings. In summer, it stays light until 9 or even 10 o'clock at night. That means more time to enjoy the outdoors after work or school. I love sitting outside with friends in the evening, having a cold drink and just talking and relaxing. There is something very special about a warm summer evening. Everything feels slower and more relaxed. People seem happier and friendlier too. I also love that in summer you can do so many activities outside. Barbecues, walks, outdoor cinema, festivals. Summer evenings are truly magical. They are my absolute favorite part of the season.
Oh, yes, summer evenings are so beautiful. I love them too. Mark, let's talk about summer weather. Summer means hot weather for most people, but how hot do you like it? I personally love warm weather, but not too hot. Around 25 degrees Celsius is perfect for me. When it is over 35 degrees, I find it too hot. I feel tired and uncomfortable. I drink a lot of water, stay in the shade, and try not to go outside in the middle of the day. What temperature do you prefer in summer? And do you have any tips for staying cool when it is very hot outside? Hot weather can be tough.
25 degrees is perfect. I agree with you, Anna. I also love warm weather, but extreme heat is very difficult. When it is very hot, I drink a lot of cold water, maybe 2 or 3 liters a day. I also wear light, loose clothing. Light colors like white and yellow are best because they do not absorb as much heat as dark colors. I also use a fan or air conditioning at home. Taking a cold shower in the afternoon is wonderful when it is hot. And I try to do outdoor activities in the morning or evening, not at midday when the sun is strongest. Staying hydrated is the most important thing in hot weather.
Great tips, Mark. Staying hydrated is so important. I always carry a water bottle with me in summer. Mark, let's talk about summer holidays. Do you take a holiday in summer? I think summer is the most popular time for holidays. Many people travel in July and August because children are not in school. I love going on holiday in summer. Last summer, I went to the beach for 1 week. It was wonderful. I swam in the sea, ate delicious food, and relaxed in the sun. The beach is my favorite holiday destination in summer. Do you prefer the beach, the mountains, or the city for a summer holiday? What is your dream summer holiday?
I love summer holidays. Last summer, I went to a small village in the mountains. It was cooler there than in the city, which was really nice. I went hiking every day and saw beautiful views. The mountains are so peaceful and quiet. But I also love the beach. The sea, the sand, the sound of the waves. It is very relaxing. I think my dream summer holiday would be a mix of both. A few days at the beach and a few days in the mountains. I also love city trips in summer. Many cities have outdoor events and festivals in summer. There are so many options. Every type of holiday has something special to offer.
A mix of beach and mountains sounds wonderful. Mark, let's talk about summer food. I think food is one of the best parts of summer. In summer, I eat differently than in winter. I eat more salads, fresh fruits, and cold foods. My favorite summer fruit is watermelon. It is so refreshing and sweet. I also love strawberries, cherries, and peaches. They are all at their best in summer. I also enjoy ice cream a lot in summer. There are so many flavors. My favorite is lemon ice cream. It tastes so fresh and cold. Do you have favorite summer foods? I think food is one of the best things about the warm season.
Anna, I completely agree. Summer food is amazing. My absolute favorite summer food is a barbecue. I love cooking outside with friends. We grill chicken, vegetables, and corn on the cob. Everyone sits together, eats, and has fun. It is a very social kind of meal. I also love cold drinks in summer. Fresh lemonade, iced tea, and fruit smoothies. They are so refreshing on a hot day. And yes, ice cream is essential. My favorite flavor is chocolate, but I also love mango ice cream. Summer is also great for eating outside at restaurants and cafes. There's something special about eating good food in the warm sunshine with the people you love.
A barbecue sounds so fun. I love those too. Mark, let's talk about summer activities. There are so many things you can do in summer that you cannot do in other seasons. I love swimming. In summer, I go to the swimming pool or the beach very often. Swimming is great exercise and it is also very fun. I also love cycling in summer. The weather is perfect for riding a bike along a nice path. And I love having picnics in the park. I take a blanket, some food, and my friends, and we sit outside for hours. It is so simple, but so enjoyable. What are your favorite summer activities?
Do you prefer outdoor sports or something more relaxing?
I love so many summer activities. I enjoy swimming too. It is the perfect way to cool down on a hot day. I also love playing beach volleyball. It is so energetic and fun. I also enjoy hiking in summer, as I mentioned before. But I also like more relaxing activities. I love reading a book outside in the shade of a tree. There's nothing better than a good book, a warm day, and a cold drink beside you. I also enjoy outdoor concerts and festivals in summer. Many cities have free outdoor music events in summer. Going to a summer festival with friends is one of my favorite summer memories. Summer is really the best season for fun.
Outdoor concerts are so much fun. I love them too. Mark, I want to talk about the beach. The beach is maybe the most popular summer destination for many people. I love going to the beach. The sound of the sea is so calming. I love to swim, but I also love to just lie on the sand and relax. I always bring sunscreen to the beach. It is very important to protect your skin from the sun. I use SPF 50, especially in the middle of the day. Some people forget sunscreen and then they get sunburned. That is very painful and also bad for your skin. Do you always use sunscreen at the beach, Mark?
Yes, sunscreen is absolutely essential. I always use it, especially at the beach. The sun at the beach is very strong. The reflection from the water and sand makes it even stronger. I use SPF 30 or 50, and I reapply it every 2 hours. I also wear a hat and sunglasses to protect my face and eyes. Staying in the shade during the midday hours from 12 to 3 in the afternoon is also a good idea. I love the beach, but I am always careful about the sun. Sunburn is very painful, and too much sun exposure is not healthy. Enjoy the beach, but always protect yourself. Good sun habits are very important for your health.
Such good advice. Sun protection is so important. Mark, let's talk about summer clothes. I love summer fashion. In summer, I wear light dresses, shorts, sandals, and colorful tops. It is so nice not to wear heavy winter coats and boots. I feel free and comfortable in summer clothes. My favorite summer color is yellow. It feels so sunny and happy. I also love floral patterns in summer. Everything looks more cheerful and bright. I always carry a light cardigan in my bag because sometimes places like shops or restaurants have very strong air conditioning and it can get cold inside. What do you like to wear in summer, Mark? Do you have a favorite summer style?
I love summer clothes too. In summer, I wear shorts, light t-shirts, and sandals. Everything is simple and comfortable. I prefer plain colors, white, light blue, and light gray. They feel cool and clean. I also always wear a cap or a hat outside to protect my head from the sun. I think the best thing about summer clothes is how easy they are. In winter, you have to think about many layers. In summer, you just put on a t-shirt and shorts and you're ready. I also agree about the cardigan tip. Air conditioning in shops and cinemas can be very cold in summer. Always have a light layer with you. It is very practical.
So practical. Mark, let's talk about summer and children. I think summer is the happiest time for children. They do not have school. They have long summer holidays, sometimes 2 or 3 months. When I was a child, I loved summer so much. I spent my summers at my grandmother's house in the countryside. We played outside every day. We ran in the fields, picked berries, played in the river, and caught butterflies. Those are some of my best childhood memories. Summer felt endless and magical when I was young. Do you have good memories from your childhood summers, Mark? I think summer memories from childhood are very special and last forever.
Oh yes, my childhood summers were the best. I grew up near the sea, so every summer we went to the beach almost every day. My parents would pack lunch and we would spend the whole day there, swimming, building sandcastles, playing in the waves. I also remember summer evenings playing football with the neighborhood kids until it was dark. Those were such simple but happy times. I also loved summer fairs and festivals in our town. There was always music, food stalls, and fun games. Childhood summers feel so free and carefree. Now, as an adult, I try to bring some of that same joy into my summers, spending time outside, relaxing, and enjoying simple pleasures.
That sounds so beautiful, Mark. Childhood summers really are magical. Now, let's talk about something different: summer and health. Summer can be very good for your health, but it can also be challenging. The sunshine gives us vitamin D, which is important for our bones and our mood. People often feel happier in summer because of the sunlight. Exercise is also easier in summer because the weather is nice and you want to be outside. But summer can also bring problems: too much sun, dehydration, and heat exhaustion. I always try to be careful about these things. Do you think summer is generally a healthy season? What do you do to stay healthy in summer?
Summer is a wonderful season for health when you are careful. The extra vitamin D from sunlight really does boost your mood and energy. I sleep better in summer too. The warmth makes me feel relaxed. I also exercise more in summer because I love being outside. I walk, swim, and cycle much more than in winter. But yes, the heat can be a risk. Drinking enough water is the #1 thing for summer health. I also eat lighter foods in summer, more salads and fruits, less heavy meals. And I try not to stay in the sun too long. Taking care of yourself in summer means you can enjoy everything the season has to offer without any problems.
So well said. Mark, let me ask about summer and travel. Summer is the most popular travel season. Airports and trains are very busy in July and August. Hotels and holidays can also be more expensive in summer. Have you ever had any travel adventures or funny travel stories from summer? I remember one summer I missed my flight because of a traffic jam on the way to the airport. It was a terrible day. But then I got on the next flight and my holiday was wonderful. Travel does not always go perfectly, but those stories become funny memories later. Do you have any memorable summer travel stories? Good or bad ones are both welcome.
Oh, I have a funny travel story. One summer, my friends and I drove to the coast for a camping trip. We were so excited. But when we arrived, we realized we forgot the tent at home. We had all our sleeping bags and food, but no tent. We had to sleep in the car that first night. It was very uncomfortable, but we laughed so much about it. The next day, we bought a cheap tent from a local shop, and the rest of the holiday was perfect. Now that story is one of our favorite memories to tell. Travel surprises and mistakes make the best stories. The most important thing is to stay positive and laugh about the unexpected things.
That story is so funny. Sleeping in the car? Oh no! But I love that it became a great memory. Mark, let's talk about summer festivals and events. Summer is full of fun events. There are music festivals, outdoor cinema, food festivals, sports events, and local fairs. I love going to local summer festivals. They are usually free or not expensive. There is music, food, dancing, and a great atmosphere. Last summer, I went to an outdoor jazz festival in my city. It was a beautiful, warm evening, the music was wonderful, and I sat on the grass with my friends. It felt like a perfect summer night. Do you enjoy going to festivals and events in summer? What kind of events do you like most?
Summer festivals are one of my favorite things. I love music festivals most of all. There's something amazing about listening to live music outside under the open sky. The energy of the crowd, the music, the warm air, it is a truly special experience. I also love food festivals. You can try so many different types of food in one place. It's a great way to discover new cuisines. I have tried foods from many different countries at food festivals. I also enjoy street markets in summer. Many cities have outdoor markets on weekends in summer. You can find fresh produce, handmade crafts, and delicious snacks. Summer really brings communities together in such a joyful way.
Outdoor markets are lovely. I always find something special at them. Mark, let's talk about gardening in summer. Do you like gardening? I think summer is the best time for gardens. Everything is green and in bloom: flowers, vegetables, fruit trees. Everything looks so beautiful.
I have a small balcony garden. In summer, I grow tomatoes, herbs, and flowers on my balcony. I love watering my plants in the morning with a cup of coffee. It is so peaceful. And eating tomatoes from my own balcony is so satisfying. There is something special about growing your own food. It tastes better when you grow it yourself. Do you do any gardening in summer, or do you just enjoy other people's gardens?
I love gardens, but I am not very good at growing plants. I have tried a few times, and usually the plants do not survive very long. I think I forget to water them regularly. But I admire people who are good at gardening. My parents have a beautiful garden with roses, lavender, and vegetable beds. When I visit them in summer, I love sitting in their garden. The smell of flowers in a summer garden is just wonderful. I also love visiting botanical gardens and parks in summer. Seeing all the different flowers and plants in full bloom is so beautiful. Maybe one day I will learn to be a better gardener. For now, I will enjoy other people's gardens.
That is very honest, Mark. Gardens are beautiful to enjoy even if you do not grow plants yourself. Mark, let's talk about summer and learning English. Many people use summer as a time to study or improve their English. Maybe they travel to an English-speaking country, or they take a summer English course. I think summer is actually a great time to practice English because there are so many fun ways to do it. You can watch English movies, listen to English podcasts like this one, read easy books in English, or talk to tourists in English. What do you think is the best way to practice English in summer? Do you have any tips for our listeners?
What a great topic. Summer is a wonderful time to practice English in a relaxed way. I think the best tip is to make English fun, not like homework. Watch your favorite movies or TV shows in English with subtitles. Read simple books or short stories in English. Listen to English songs and try to understand the words. If you travel somewhere where English is spoken, try to speak with local people. Even just saying hello and thank you is great practice. You can also keep a simple summer diary in English. Write a few sentences each day about what you did. It does not need to be perfect. The important thing is to practice every day, even for just 10 or 15 minutes.
I love the diary idea. Writing in English every day is such good practice, and summer gives you so many things to write about. Mark, let's talk about something I find really interesting, how different countries celebrate summer. In some countries, summer means going to the beach every weekend. In other countries, it means mountain holidays. In Scandinavia, people celebrate midsummer with big outdoor parties. In some countries, summer is the rainy season, not hot and sunny. Not everyone experiences summer the same way. I think it is fascinating how the same season can be so different depending on where you live. Do you know about any interesting summer traditions from other countries that you find interesting or surprising?
That is such an interesting point. Summer really is different around the world. In Japan, there are beautiful summer festivals called matsuri with fireworks and traditional dances. People wear colorful, traditional clothing and celebrate outdoors. In Sweden, the Midsummer Festival is one of the most important celebrations of the year. People dance, sing, and eat traditional food around a decorated pole. In Brazil, summer is in December and January, which is very different for people from the Northern Hemisphere. In some tropical countries, summer brings monsoon rains, not sunshine. Learning about how different cultures experience and celebrate summer is a wonderful way to learn about the world. Every tradition is unique and fascinating.
The Japanese summer festivals with fireworks sound absolutely magical. I would love to experience that one day. Mark, let's talk about summer and sleep. I find it harder to sleep in summer. The nights are shorter and it stays light outside for a long time. My bedroom also gets very warm, and I do not sleep well when I'm hot. I use a fan at night, and I open the window to let in cool air. I also use light cotton sheets instead of heavy blankets, but still, some summer nights are very uncomfortable. Do you sleep well in summer? Do you have any tips for sleeping better when it is hot? I think many people have this problem in summer.
Oh, I definitely have this problem too. Sleeping in summer heat can be really difficult. My best tip is to close the curtains during the day to keep the room cool. This makes a big difference. Also, take a cool shower before bed. Not very cold, just refreshing. Your body temperature will go down and you will feel more comfortable. Wear light pajamas or sleep in just a light sheet. You can also put a cold, wet cloth on your forehead or wrists to cool down quickly. Drinking a glass of cold water before bed also helps. And yes, a fan is very useful. Point it towards the window to push hot air out and pull cooler air in. These tips really do work.
Those tips are so useful. I will try the curtains one. I think my room gets very hot because I leave the curtains open all day. Mark, let's talk about summer and exercise. I think many people exercise more in summer because the weather is nice. But exercising in the heat can also be dangerous. It is important to exercise at the right time of day. I like to go for my walks and runs in the early morning before it gets too hot. The air is fresh, the streets are quiet, and the temperature is comfortable. By midday, it is too hot to run outside. What kind of exercise do you do in summer, and when do you prefer to exercise during the summer months?
Early morning exercise is perfect in summer. I also prefer to exercise in the morning, usually around 7 or 8 o'clock. It is cool and pleasant then. I go for a run along the river near my home. It is beautiful in the morning. The light is soft and there are not many people around. I also swim a lot in summer. Swimming is one of the best summer exercises because it keeps you cool while you're working out. In the evenings, I sometimes go for a long walk or cycle ride when the temperature goes down again. I always bring water when I exercise outside in summer. Exercising in the heat without water is very dangerous. Safety is always the first priority.
Swimming really is the perfect summer exercise. Mark, I want to ask about something a little different now. What is your least favorite thing about summer? Every season has some downsides. For me, it is insects. In summer, there are mosquitoes, flies, and other bugs. I hate mosquitoes. They bite me every night, and I always wake up with itchy red spots. I use mosquito spray and a special plug-in device in my bedroom, but some still get through. It is very annoying. I also do not enjoy the crowds in summer. Popular beaches and tourist places get very crowded and noisy in summer. I prefer quieter, less busy places. What about you? What do you like least about summer?
Anna, mosquitoes are definitely my least favorite part of summer too. They're so annoying. I also use spray and try to cover my arms in the evenings when they are most active. My other least favorite thing about summer is the traffic and crowds. Highways and airports are so busy in summer. Everything is more expensive. Hotels, flights, restaurants, popular tourist spots are packed with people. Sometimes it's hard to relax and enjoy yourself when everywhere is so crowded. I also sometimes miss the coziness of autumn and winter. Hot drinks, warm blankets, and quiet evenings inside also have a special charm. But overall, the good things about summer definitely outweigh the bad things. Summer is still my favorite season.
I agree. The good things definitely outweigh the bad. Mosquitoes are a small price to pay for all the wonderful things summer brings. Mark, let's talk about summer sunsets. I think summer sunsets are some of the most beautiful things in nature. Because the days are so long in summer, the sunset happens late, sometimes at 9 or even 10 o'clock. I love watching the sunset in summer. The sky turns pink, orange, and purple. It is absolutely stunning. I often go to a high point in my city to watch the sunset. It feels very special. Have you ever watched a particularly beautiful summer sunset that you still remember? Where were you, and what made it so special?
Summer sunsets are truly magical. I've seen some incredible ones. My most memorable was on a boat trip last summer. We were on the sea in the evening, and the sun started to set. The whole sky turned bright orange and red, and the light reflected on the water. It was breathtaking. Everyone on the boat stopped talking and just watched. Nobody said anything for minutes. It was that beautiful. Another beautiful sunset I remember was watching the sun go down behind the mountains. The colors changed slowly from yellow to orange to deep purple. Nature is truly the best artist. I think stopping to watch a beautiful sunset is one of the simplest and most wonderful pleasures of summer.
That boat sunset sounds absolutely incredible.
Mark, let's talk about summer reading. I think summer is the perfect time to read. You have more free time, you can sit outside, and a good book in the sunshine is such a pleasure. I love reading on holiday. I always pack at least 2 books for any trip. Last summer, I read a wonderful story about a family who travels across Europe by train. It was simple to read, but very engaging. I think reading in English is also a great way to improve your language skills. Do you read in summer? And do you have any book recommendations for beginners who want to read in English? Easy, enjoyable books are the best place to start.
I love reading in summer. I agree, it is the perfect season for books. For beginners who want to read in English, I recommend short stories and simple novels. Books by Roald Dahl are wonderful for beginners. The language is clear and the stories are very entertaining. The Diary of a Wimpy Kid series is also easy and very funny. For something more relaxing, try travel books or simple romance stories. Reading in a language you are learning might feel difficult at first, but start with very short texts. Even 1 page a day is great progress. Use a dictionary for new words and try to enjoy the story, not just translate every word. Reading should be enjoyable, not stressful.
Roald Dahl is a great recommendation. His stories are so imaginative and fun. Mark, let's talk about summer and friendship. I think summer is a time when friendships feel especially strong. You spend more time with people outside. You have shared experiences, holidays, barbecues, picnics, festivals. Those shared summer moments bring people closer together. Some of my strongest friendships are built on summer memories. I have a group of friends who I met on a summer language course many years ago. We are still very close today. Summer seems to create a special atmosphere where people connect more easily. Do you think summer is a good time for building friendships? Do you have any special summer friendships or memories with friends?
Absolutely. Summer is wonderful for friendships. When the weather is good, people naturally want to be outside and social. You meet neighbors, join community events, and talk to strangers more easily. I think the relaxed atmosphere of summer makes people more open and friendly. Some of my best friendships started in summer, at camps, on holidays, or at outdoor events. I also think summer is a great time to reconnect with old friends you do not see very often during the busy winter months. A simple phone call to invite someone for a walk or a barbecue can restart a friendship. Summer gives you natural reasons to reach out and spend time with people you care about. It's a social season.
So beautifully said, Mark. Summer really is a social season. It connects people in such a natural way. Mark, we are getting close to the end of our conversation today. I want to ask you one final big question before we wrap up. If you could design your perfect summer day from morning to night, what would it look like? Where would you be? Who would you be with? And what would you do? I think this is a fun and creative question. It also helps our listeners practice thinking and talking about daily activities in English. I will tell you my perfect summer day after you share yours. I already have it planned in my head, and I cannot wait to share it.
Oh, I love this question. My perfect summer day would start with an early morning run along the coast while the air is still cool and fresh. Then a big breakfast outside, fresh bread, fruit, eggs, and a good coffee. After breakfast, I would go to the beach with my closest friends. We would swim, play beach volleyball, and just relax in the sun. In the afternoon, we would find a nice shaded terrace and have a long, slow lunch with cold drinks. In the evening, we would watch the sunset from a boat on the sea. Then dinner outside at a local restaurant with good food and great conversation. Finally, we would sit around a fire on the beach and talk and laugh until late at night. That would be my perfect summer day.
What a wonderful conversation today, Mark. I feel so happy just talking about summer. We talked about so many great things: the weather, food, holidays, activities, travel, fitness, sleep, sunsets, reading, friendships, and so much more.
I hope our listeners learned some new English words and phrases today, and I hope this conversation made you feel excited about summer, or maybe a little nostalgic if summer is not here yet. Remember, the best way to improve your English is to listen, speak, and enjoy the language. Thank you so much to everyone who listened today. Summer and English learning are both beautiful journeys. Enjoy both of them to the fullest.
Thank you, Anna. This was such a joyful conversation. And thank you to all our wonderful listeners for spending time with us today. Summer really is a special season, full of warmth, light, and happy memories. I hope our conversation gave you some ideas for things to do this summer and some useful English vocabulary to talk about summer with your friends. If you want to improve your English, use summer as your teacher. Go outside, experience new things, and try to describe them in English. Keep a summer journal, listen to English podcasts, and speak as much as you can. Learning English can be just as fun and warm as a beautiful summer day. Until next time, enjoy the sunshine, stay happy, and we will see you soon. Goodbye.